I made my way to one of the picnic tables and sat down, taking a moment to enjoy the quiet. There were a few other cars in the parking lot, but it was mostly empty. I pulled out my phone to check for messages, but the signal was weak. Sighing, I decided to grab a drink from the vending machine. As I walked over, I noticed a man approaching from the other side of the rest area. He was tall, with a scruffy beard and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He walked with a purposeful stride, and something about him set off a faint alarm in my mind. "Excuse me," he called out as he got closer. "Can you help me with something?" I paused, my hand hovering over the button on the vending machine. "Sure, what do you need?" I replied, trying to keep my tone casual. The man stopped a few feet away, his hands shoved into the pockets of his worn jeans. "I'm a bit lost," he said, his voice tinged with a southern drawl. "Can you tell me how to get to the nearest town?" I nodded and pulled out my phone, squinting at the screen to try and find a map. "I think the nearest town is about 15 miles east," I said, pointing down the highway. "You should be able to see signs for it along the way." The man stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he studied me. "You traveling alone?" he asked, his tone casual but with an edge that made me uneasy. I hesitated, feeling a prickle of unease. "No, I'm meeting some friends further down the road," I lied, hoping to deter any potential threat. "We're just taking a road trip." He nodded slowly, but I could see the gears turning in his mind. "That sounds nice," he said, his gaze lingering on me for a moment too long. "You must be pretty brave to stop here by yourself, though. Not many people around, you know." I forced a smile, trying to mask my growing discomfort. "Yeah, well, I'm used to it. Done a lot of solo trips before." The man didn't seem convinced. He shifted on his feet, glancing around the rest area as if looking for something or someone. "Where you headed to?" he asked, his tone now more insistent. "Just a little vacation," I said, keeping my answers deliberately vague. "Exploring a few national parks." He nodded again, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Sounds like a good time," he said slowly. "You got family waiting for you back home?" I felt my heart rate quicken, the alarm bells in my head growing louder. His questions were becoming increasingly personal, and I didn't like the direction this conversation was heading. "Yeah, they're expecting me," I said firmly, hoping to signal that I wasn't as vulnerable as I might seem. The man took another step closer, his presence now feeling invasive. "You got a husband or a boyfriend?" he asked, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Someone who'd come looking for you if you didn't show up?" I felt a surge of panic but forced myself to stay calm. "Yes, actually," I said, my voice steady. "He's a cop, and he's expecting me to check in soon. If I don't, he'll come looking for me." For a moment, the man's expression flickered with something like uncertainty. He took a step back, his eyes darting around the rest stop once more. "Well, I'd better let you get on your way," then he said, his tone suddenly lighter. "Don't want to keep you from your trip." I nodded, trying to appear nonchalant even as my pulse raced. "Yeah, I should get going," I said, backing away slowly. "Good luck finding your way." He watched me for a moment longer before turning and walking back towards the parking lot. I quickly made my way back to my car, glancing over my shoulder to make sure he wasn't following. Once inside, I locked the doors and started the engine, my hands trembling as I gripped the steering wheel. As I drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the man's car trailing behind me. But the road remained empty, and after a few miles I began to relax slightly. The encounter had left me shaken, but I was grateful that I had managed to keep my wits about me. I drove for another hour before finding a more populated rest stop, where I finally felt safe enough to pull over and take a break. I called a friend to share what had happened, needing to hear a familiar voice to calm my nerves. As I recounted the encounter, I realized how close I had come to a potentially dangerous situation. The man's invasive questions and unsettling demeanor had been a stark reminder of the risks that come with traveling alone. From that day forward, I promised myself to be more cautious and to trust my instincts. The open road still called to me, but I would approach it with a new awareness, always mindful of the potential dangers that lurked in the shadows. The world was vast and beautiful, but it was also unpredictable, and I knew that I needed to be prepared for whatever challenges might come my way. Story 2. The remote cabin nestled in the heart of the woods was a welcome retreat from the relentless pace of city life. Surrounded by towering pines and a blanket of stars, it promised solitude and tranquility, a perfect escape from the demands of work and the constant hum of urban existence. The drive to the cabin was uneventful, the winding roads gradually giving way to rugged trails that tested the limits of my SUV. By the time I arrived, the sun had dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced in the glow of my headlights. I unpacked my belongings, savoring the silence that enveloped the secluded hideaway. The first night passed without incident. I spent the evening reading by the fireplace, the crackling flames providing a comforting soundtrack to the whispering wind outside. As the fire died down and the cabin grew colder, I retired to the rustic bedroom, falling asleep to the distant hoot of an owl. The following day was spent exploring the surrounding woods, hiking along trails that meandered through dense undergrowth and along the edges of crystal-clear streams. The air was crisp and invigorating, the scent of pine needles and earth, a refreshing change from the city's smog. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sky was a canvas of deep blues and purples, stars beginning to peek through the twilight. Exhausted from the day's adventures, I settled into bed early, letting the sounds of the forest lull me to sleep. It was a deep, dreamless slumber, broken only by the occasional creak of the cabin settling or the rustle of leaves in the night breeze. Then, at precisely 3 a.m., I was jolted awake by a loud, insistent knocking on the door. Heart pounding, I lay still for a moment, trying to discern if I had truly heard the noise or if it was a figment of a half-formed dream. The knock came again, louder this time, reverberating through the cabin's wooden walls. I sat up, adrenaline coursing through my veins, and reached for the flashlight on the nightstand. Fumbling with the switch, I cast the beam of light around the room, the shadows retreating to the corners. The knocking persisted, steady and deliberate, as if someone or something was demanding entry. I slipped out of bed, every sense on high alert, and crept towards the door. "Hello," I called out, my voice wavering slightly. "Who's there?" There was no response, only the relentless knocking. Summoning my courage, I approached the door and peered through the peephole. Darkness greeted me, an impenetrable void broken only by the faint outline of trees swaying in the wind. No figure stood on the porch, no shadowy form visible in the moonlight. With a trembling hand, I unlocked the door and slowly opened it, the hinges creaking in protest. The cold night air rushed in, sending a shiver down my spine. I stepped onto the porch, scanning the surroundings with the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing only the empty clearing in the forest beyond. "Is anyone there?" I called out again, my voice stronger this time. Silence was my only answer, the forest seemingly holding its breath in anticipation. Unease settled over me as I retreated back into the cabin, closing and locking the door behind me. I checked the windows, securing each one and ensuring that all the locks were in place. My mind raced with possibilities. Had it been an animal, a trick of the wind, or was someone playing a cruel joke, knowing the cabin was isolated and far from help? Sleep eluded me for the rest of the night. I lay in bed, listening intently for any further disturbances. The knocking did not return, but the memory of it lingered, a constant reminder of the unnerving encounter. When dawn finally broke, casting a pale light through the cabin's windows, I felt a sense of relief, as if the day's arrival could banish the fears of the night. The following days passed without incident. I continued to explore the woods, though I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, the peace of the forest now tinged with a sense of unease. The memory of the knocking haunted me, an unresolved mystery that gnawed at the edges of my mind. On the final night of my stay, I decided to confront my fear head-on. I set up a camera on the porch, aimed at the door, hoping to capture any evidence of the nocturnal visitor. As the clock approached 3 a.m., I lay in bed, every muscle tense, waiting for the knocking to return. And it did. Right on cue, the loud, insistent knocking echoed through the cabin. My heart raced as I watched the door, the sound relentless and unnerving. I glanced at the camera feed on my phone, hoping to see the source of the disturbance. But the porch remained empty, the camera capturing nothing but the stillness of the night. Desperation and frustration welled up inside me. I grabbed the flashlight and stormed to the door, flinging it open with more force than intended. The knocking ceased abruptly, leaving only the echo of my pounding heart and the whisper of the wind. Once again, there was no one there. The forest stood silent and unmoving, indifferent to my plight. I shouted into the darkness, demanding answers from the unseen force that tormented me, but the only response was the rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. Defeated, I returned to the cabin and locked the door behind me. Exhaustion overtook me, and I finally fell into a restless sleep, the mystery of the midnight knocker unsolved. When I left the cabin the next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was leaving something behind, a question unanswered, a fear unaddressed. As I drove away, the memory of the knocking haunted me, a reminder that some mysteries are never meant to be solved and some encounters with the unknown leave a lasting mark on the soul. Story 3. Living alone in a small apartment in the city had its perks. The space was my own, a cozy sanctuary where I could unwind after long days at work. The hustle and bustle of urban life seemed worlds away once I closed the door behind me. My apartment was on the 4th floor, tucked away in a quiet corner of the building, with large windows that let in plenty of natural light and a balcony that overlooked a tree-lined street. One night, after a particularly exhausting day, I decided to turn in early. The gentle hum of the city outside was a comforting backdrop as I slipped into bed, the soft sheets and cool air from the open window lulling me into a deep sleep almost immediately. Sometime in the middle of the night, a strange sensation pulled me from my slumber. I couldn't quite place it at first, a subtle shift in the air, an instinctive sense that something was off. My eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the dim light filtering through the curtains. And then I saw him. A man was standing at the foot of my bed. For a split second, I was paralyzed with fear, my mind struggling to comprehend the sight before me. He was tall, with a shadowy figure that seemed almost surreal in the faint light. My heart pounded in my chest, the adrenaline surging through my veins as reality set in. I screamed, the sound piercing the silence of the night, and the man bolted, disappearing into the darkness of my apartment. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway, followed by the slam of the front door as he fled. I stumbled out of bed, my legs shaking, and rushed to the door, locking it with trembling hands. My mind was racing, a whirlwind of fear and confusion. How had he gotten in? Who was he? My breath came in short, panicked gasps as I tried to gather my thoughts. Fumbling for my phone, I dialed 911, my voice shaking as I explained the situation to the dispatcher. They assured me that officers were on their way and advised me to stay on the line until they arrived. I sat huddled on the floor near the door, my back against the wall, every creak and shadow magnified by my heightened senses. Minutes felt like hours, but finally I heard the reassuring sound of sirens approaching. A knock on the door made me jump, but the voice on the other side identified itself as the police. I unlocked the door and let them in, relief washing over me at the sight of their uniforms. The officers were calm and professional, asking me to recount what had happened. As I described the intruder, they searched the apartment, checking every room and window. They found no sign of forced entry, which only deepened the mystery. It was as if the man had vanished into thin air. They stayed with me for a while, their presence a comforting barrier against the lingering fear. One of the officers, a kind woman with a steady demeanor, suggested that I call a friend or family member to stay with me for the night. She also recommended changing the locks and installing additional security measures. After they left, I called my best friend, Megan, who lived a few blocks away. She arrived within minutes, wrapping me in a comforting hug and assuring me that everything would be okay. Together we went over every detail, trying to make sense of what had happened. The rest of the night passed in a blur. We stayed up, drinking tea and talking until the first light of dawn began to creep through the windows. Megan offered to take the day off work to help me get new locks installed and buy a security system. Her support was a lifeline, grounding me in the aftermath of the terrifying ordeal. Over the next few days, I took every precaution to secure my apartment. New locks were installed, a security system was set up, and I even added a few motion sensor lights outside the building. Each measure brought a small measure of peace, but the memory of that night lingered, a shadow that refused to be dispelled. I also spoke to my neighbors, alerting them to what had happened. They were shocked and concerned, offering their own support and vigilance. It was a small comfort to know that others were looking out for me, but the sense of violation was hard to shake. The police continued to investigate, but there were no leads. The man who had stood at the foot of my bed remained a phantom, his intentions and identity a troubling enigma. I found myself replaying the scene over and over in my mind, searching for any detail that might provide a clue. In the weeks that followed, life gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. The heightened security measures helped, as did the unwavering support of my friends and family. But the experience had changed me. I was more cautious, more aware of my surroundings, and more appreciative of the safety I had once taken for granted. Living alone was no longer the same carefree experience it had been before, but I refused to let fear dictate my life. The intruder had taken my sense of security, but he would not take my independence or my resolve to create a safe, comfortable home. Every night as I locked my door and set the alarm, I reminded myself that I was stronger than the fear that had gripped me. The city hummed outside, a constant, living entity that I was a part of, and within my small apartment, I reclaimed my sanctuary, one day at a time. Story 4. The road trip was supposed to be a refreshing escape, a chance to clear my head and break free from the monotony of everyday life. I had planned my route carefully, selecting scenic byways and charming small towns to visit along the way. The journey had been pleasant so far, with rolling hills, lush forests, and quaint little stops dotting the landscape. On the third day of my trip, I found myself in a sleepy town that seemed frozen in time. It was nearing noon, and my stomach growled in protest, reminding me that I hadn't eaten since breakfast. I pulled into a small diner that looked like it had been plucked straight out of the 1950s, complete with neon signs and checkered floors. The smell of fresh coffee and frying bacon wafted through the air as I stepped inside. The diner was nearly empty, save for a few locals who nodded politely as I found a seat at the counter. The waitress, a friendly woman with a warm smile, handed me a menu and took my order. I chose a classic burger and fries, along with a large coffee to keep me alert for the rest of my drive. While I waited for my food, I chatted with the waitress and the cook, who seemed delighted to have a new face in their establishment. They told me stories about the town, its history, and the various characters who had passed through over the years. It was comforting, this slice of Americana, and I felt a sense of ease that had been missing in my life for a while. My food arrived quickly and I dug in with gusto. The burger was delicious, the fries crispy and golden, just the way I liked them. As I neared the end of my meal, I noticed something unusual. There was a small, folded piece of paper tucked under my plate. Frowning, I picked it up and unfolded it, revealing a hastily scrawled message, "Don't look back." A chill ran down my spine as I stared at the note. It felt like a scene from a thriller movie, but this was real life, and I was suddenly filled with unease. Who had left this note, and why? I glanced around the diner, but the few patrons were engrossed in their own conversations, seemingly oblivious to my discovery. I paid for my meal, left a generous tip, and hurried out to my car. The bright sunlight and the warm breeze did little to dispel the anxiety that had settled over me. As I started the engine and pulled out of the parking lot, the words of the note echoed in my mind. "Don't look back." The road stretched out before me, empty and inviting, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something trailing me. But there was nothing, just the endless ribbon of asphalt and the occasional passing car. Hours passed, and the landscape began to change from rural countryside to more familiar suburban sprawl. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to dance and flicker at the edges of my vision. My hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles white with tension. As night fell, the road grew darker, illuminated only by the glow of my headlights. I turned on the radio, hoping music might distract me from the creeping sense of dread that had been my companion since the diner. But every song seemed to take on a sinister undertone, and the static between stations felt like whispers in the dark. A sign for a rest stop appeared, and I decided to pull over and take a break. The lot was empty, the restrooms closed for the night. I parked under a lone street lamp and stepped out of the car, stretching my legs and trying to shake off the lingering unease. The air was cool and still, the only sound the distant hum of the highway. As I stood there, I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, as if eyes were boring into me from the shadows. I turned quickly, scanning the area, but saw nothing out of the ordinary, just an empty rest stop bathed in the eerie glow of the street lamp. I hurried back to my car, locking the doors as soon as I was inside. The note had frayed my nerves, turning an ordinary road trip into a journey fraught with paranoia and fear. I needed to get home, to the safety and familiarity of my own surroundings. The rest of the drive was a blur of darkness and headlights. Every curve in the road, every shadow seemed to hold potential danger. By the time I reached my driveway, I was exhausted, my mind racing with questions and fears. I parked the car and hurried inside, locking the door behind me. The house was quiet, a sanctuary from the nightmarish drive. But as I stood there, alone in the dark, the note's warning echoed once more in my mind, "Don't look back." Sleep was elusive that night. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind outside kept me on edge. The note had turned my peaceful road trip into a haunting experience, one that would linger in my thoughts for days to come. In the light of day, the fear seemed almost irrational, but the memory of that note and the tense journey home remained vivid. I never found out who left it or why, but it left me with a lingering sense of caution, a reminder that sometimes the most unexpected moments can turn ordinary life into a suspenseful tale. Story 5. The graveyard shift at the convenience store was usually a monotonous blur of restocking shelves, ringing up the occasional night owl, and nursing cups of stale coffee to stave off the encroaching fatigue. The store's fluorescent lights buzzed faintly overhead, casting a cold, sterile glow on the aisles lined with snacks and necessities. It was a routine I had grown accustomed to, a quiet rhythm that rarely deviated from the norm. One particular night, as the clock inched past 2 a.m., a sense of unease settled over me. The store was empty, save for the faint hum of the refrigeration units and the distant drone of a late-night talk show on the small TV mounted near the counter. The quiet was almost oppressive, the silence heavy with anticipation. I was organizing the shelves near the back of the store when I heard the chime of the front door. Glancing up, I saw a man entering, tall and thin, dressed in a dark coat and a wide-brimmed hat that cast a shadow over his face. There was something unsettling about him, a sense of stillness that seemed to cling to him as he moved silently through the aisles. "Good evening," I called out, my voice echoing slightly in the empty store. The man didn't respond, continuing his silent perusal of the shelves. I shrugged it off, returning to my task with a lingering sense of discomfort. Minutes passed, and when I looked up again, the man was gone. I hadn't heard the chime of the door signaling his departure, but I assumed he had left while I was preoccupied. With a sigh, I returned to the counter, glancing at the security monitors out of habit. What I saw on the screens made my blood run cold. The footage showed the man entering the store, his movements slow and deliberate as he walked down the aisles. But then, as he turned a corner, he simply vanished. One moment he was there, a shadowy figure moving through the store, and the next he was gone, no trace, no explanation. I rewound the footage, watching it again with growing unease. There was no glitch, no indication of a malfunction. The man had entered the store and disappeared without a trace, leaving me staring at the screen in bewilderment. A chill ran down my spine as I scanned the rest of the footage, hoping for some rational explanation. But there was nothing, no sign of the man reappearing, no evidence of his presence beyond that brief, inexplicable moment. I glanced around the store, half expecting to see him lurking in the shadows, but the aisles were empty, bathed in the harsh fluorescent light. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck that made my skin crawl. I tried to distract myself with the mundane tasks of the night, but my thoughts kept returning to the mysterious man and his sudden disappearance. As the hours dragged on, I found myself constantly checking the security monitors, my eyes darting to the corners of the store where shadows seemed to linger just a bit too long. Every creak and rustle set my nerves on edge, my imagination conjuring all manner of sinister scenarios. Around 4 a.m., the chime of the door startled me from my thoughts. I looked up to see a regular customer, an elderly man who lived down the street, entering the store for his usual pack of cigarettes and morning paper. I greeted him with a forced smile, grateful for the distraction. "Quiet night?" he asked, his voice a comforting balm to my frayed nerves. "Yeah, you could say that," I replied, ringing up his items with hands that still trembled slightly. "Have you ever noticed anything strange around here?" He gave me a curious look, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Strange? Like what?" I hesitated, unsure how to explain what I had seen. "I don't know. Just odd things. People coming and going without me noticing. That sort of thing." The old man chuckled, shaking his head. "Sounds like the graveyard shift is getting to you. This place can do that, playing tricks on your mind when you're all alone." I forced a laugh, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, maybe you're right." After he left, the store fell silent once more, the uneasy stillness settling over me like a shroud. I returned to the security monitors, unable to resist one last look at the footage. The image of the man vanishing replayed in my mind, a puzzle with no solution. When my shift finally ended, the first light of dawn creeping through the store's front windows, I left with a sense of relief. The mystery of the disappearing man lingered in my thoughts, a haunting reminder of the inexplicable events that could unfold in the quiet hours of the night. Over the following weeks, I continued to work the graveyard shift, my eyes always darting to the security monitors, half expecting to see the man again. But he never reappeared, his presence a fleeting shadow in the memories of that one unsettling night. The experience left me with a lingering sense of unease, a reminder that even in the most mundane of places, the unknown could always be lurking just beyond the edge of perception. Story 6. The old building had stood for decades, a testament to a bygone era. Its weathered facade, boarded up windows, and crumbling brickwork gave it an air of eerie abandonment. It was a warm Saturday afternoon when my friends and I decided to explore it. We had always been drawn to the mysterious, the forgotten, and the hidden, and this abandoned building had been on our radar for months. Jake, Lily, and I gathered our gear, flashlights, cameras, and backpacks filled with snacks and water, and set off toward the old building. As we approached, the looming structure seemed to cast a shadow over us, its silent presence both inviting and foreboding. "Are you sure about this?" Lily asked, her voice tinged with nervous excitement. "Yeah," Jake replied, grinning. "What's the worst that could happen? It's just an old building." I nodded, trying to mask my own apprehension. "Let's go. We've talked about this for months." The entrance was partially blocked by debris, but we managed to squeeze through a gap in the boards. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the musty scent of decay. Sunlight filtered through broken windows, casting eerie shadows on the walls. The floor was littered with remnants of the past, discarded furniture, tattered books, and rusted metal fragments. We moved cautiously, our footsteps echoing in the vast, empty halls. Each room we entered seemed to hold a story, a glimpse into the lives of those who had once inhabited this place. We took pictures, marveling at the eerie beauty of the derelict surroundings. As we ventured deeper into the building, we came across a large room that appeared to have been a common area. Faded paintings adorned the walls, and an old piano stood in one corner, its keys yellowed with age. It was here that we first noticed something unsettling, signs that someone might be living there. The sleeping bag was neatly laid out in one corner, next to a small stack of canned food and a half-empty water bottle. A worn-out backpack leaned against the wall, and nearby, a small fire pit with ashes suggested recent use. The realization that we were not alone in this building sent a chill down my spine. "Guys, look at this," I whispered, pointing to the makeshift camp. Jake and Lily turned, their expressions shifting from curiosity to concern. "Do you think someone's living here?" Lily asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Looks like it," Jake replied, his brow furrowed. "We should be careful." We decided to continue our exploration, but our excitement was now laced with caution. The discovery had changed the atmosphere. Every creak and distant noise set us on edge. We moved silently, our senses heightened, alert for any signs of the building's mysterious occupant. As we made our way through the building, we found more evidence of recent habitation: empty food wrappers, a worn jacket draped over a chair, and a flashlight with fresh batteries. The thought that we were being watched gnawed at us, making the abandoned structure feel increasingly claustrophobic. Our nerves were frayed by the time we decided to leave. The setting sun cast long shadows through the broken windows, and the building's silence seemed to deepen, amplifying every sound. We retraced our steps, moving quickly but carefully, eager to reach the safety of the outside world. As we neared the entrance, the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed behind us. We froze, exchanging fearful glances. The footsteps grew louder, drawing closer, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. "Someone's following us," Jake hissed, his eyes wide with fear. We broke into a run, our footsteps pounding in sync with the mysterious pursuers. The exit loomed ahead, a sliver of daylight offering hope. We scrambled through the gap in the boards, bursting into the open air with gasps of relief. We didn't stop running until we were a good distance from the building, finally collapsing onto the grass, panting and shaken. The abandoned structure loomed in the distance, its silent facade hiding whatever, or whoever, had been following us. "Did you see who it was?" Lily asked, her voice trembling. Jake shook his head, still catching his breath. "No, I just heard them. But we need to tell someone about this." We agreed, our adventure turning into a story of caution and warning. The excitement of exploring the abandoned building had been replaced by a lingering sense of unease. We couldn't shake the feeling that we had intruded on someone's hidden refuge, and that our presence had not gone unnoticed. In the following days, we reported our findings to the local authorities. They promised to investigate, but we never heard any updates. The building remained abandoned, its secrets and inhabitants shrouded in mystery. Our experience became a cautionary tale among our friends, a reminder of the unseen dangers that can lurk in forgotten places. We had gone in search of adventure and found it, but not in the way we had expected. The memory of those footsteps following us would stay with us, a chilling reminder of the unknown lurking just out of sight. Story 7. Late one night, as the city buzzed quietly outside my window, I settled into my small apartment after a long day at work. The evening had been uneventful, filled with the usual routine of cooking dinner, watching a bit of TV, and finally deciding to call it a night. The apartment complex was typically quiet at this hour, the occasional sound of a passing car or a distant siren the only disturbances. As I brushed my teeth, a sudden thud echoed from the front door, breaking the silence. My heart skipped a beat, and I paused, toothbrush still in hand, listening intently. Nothing followed the initial noise, so I shook it off, attributing it to a neighbor or perhaps a delivery left at the wrong door. Curiosity got the better of me, and I walked to the front door, flipping on the hallway light. Through the peephole, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. I hesitated before unlocking and opening the door, just enough to peek outside. The hallway was empty, but there on the floor, just inside the threshold, was a folded piece of paper. I picked it up, my fingers trembling slightly. Unfolding the paper, my eyes scanned the hastily scrawled words and my blood ran cold. "Leave now, or suffer the consequences." A surge of fear washed over me. Who could have left this note? My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. I quickly shut and locked the door, double-checking the deadbolt and chain for extra security. My apartment, which had always felt like a safe haven, suddenly seemed ominous and vulnerable. I paced the small living room, the note clutched tightly in my hand. Should I call the police? The warning was vague but undeniably threatening. My gut told me to take it seriously, but another part of me wondered if it was just a cruel prank. Determined to be proactive, I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. The dispatcher's calm voice helped steady my nerves as I explained the situation. She assured me that an officer would be dispatched to check on me and survey the area. Minutes felt like hours as I waited, every creak and groan of the old building making me jump. Finally, there was a knock at the door. Peering through the peephole, I saw the reassuring figure of a police officer. I opened the door, the sense of relief almost overwhelming. The officer, a middle-aged man with kind eyes, introduced himself as Officer Martinez. He listened attentively as I recounted the evening's events, taking the note from me and examining it closely. "You did the right thing by calling us," he said. "We'll do a thorough check of the building and the surrounding area." Officer Martinez and his partner combed through the hallways and stairwells, speaking with a few neighbors who had been awakened by the commotion. No one had seen anything suspicious, and there were no other reports of similar notes. After their search, Officer Martinez returned to my apartment. We didn't find anything unusual, but we'll increase patrols in the area for the next few nights, he said. In the meantime, if you see or hear anything else out of the ordinary, don't hesitate to call. I thanked him and locked the door once more after he left. The apartment felt eerily silent, the shadows seeming to press in from every corner. Sleep was out of the question. Instead, I made myself a cup of tea and tried to read, my mind struggling to focus on anything other than the note. The next day, exhaustion weighed heavily on me as I went through my routine. At work, I found myself distracted, jumping at the sound of every unexpected noise. My coworkers noticed my unease, and I confided in a few close friends about the note. They expressed concern and offered their support, suggesting I stay with one of them for a few nights until things settled down. That evening, I decided to take them up on their offer. Packing a small bag, I left my apartment, glancing over my shoulder more than once as I made my way to my friend Sarah's place across town. Her apartment felt warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the tension I had left behind. Over the next few days, I kept in close contact with the police, who continued to patrol my neighborhood and check in on my apartment. No further incidents occurred, and gradually, my fear began to subside. Officer Martinez kept me updated, explaining that they were still investigating but had no leads. Sarah's presence was a comfort, her cheerful demeanor and constant reassurance helping to ease my anxiety. We spent the evenings talking, watching movies, and trying to restore a sense of normalcy. A week later, with no new developments, I decided it was time to return to my apartment. Sarah accompanied me, her protective instincts in full swing. Together we thoroughly checked the apartment, ensuring everything was secure. Life slowly returned to normal, but the experience left a lasting impact. I took additional precautions, installing a security system and being more vigilant about my surroundings. The note had been a stark reminder of how fragile our sense of security could be. Months passed without further incidents, and I began to reclaim the peace of mind I had lost. Yet, the memory of that night lingered, a reminder to always stay alert and trust my instincts. I never discovered who had left the note or why, but I remained grateful for the support of friends and the diligence of the police, who had helped me navigate through a dark and unsettling chapter of my life. Story 8. The night was unusually quiet, the kind of stillness that amplifies every sound and sharpens every sensation. I was sitting by the campfire, its crackling flames the only source of light and warmth in the vast expanse of the wilderness. The sky above was a blanket of stars, the Milky Way stretching across it like a shimmering river. The dense forest surrounding my campsite was a dark wall, impenetrable and mysterious. I had chosen this remote spot for its isolation, eager to escape the pressures of daily life and lose myself in nature's embrace. There were no trails or campsites nearby, just miles of untamed wilderness. It was the perfect place for solitude, or so I had thought. As the fire began to dwindle, I added a few more logs and settled back in my chair, listening to the night sounds. The occasional rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and the soft murmur of a nearby stream were all familiar and comforting. But then, piercing through the tranquility, came a sound that sent a shiver down my spine, a distant cry for help. It was faint, barely audible over the crackling fire and the forest's nocturnal symphony, but unmistakable. Someone was out there in distress, calling for help. I froze, straining my ears to catch the sound again, to be sure I hadn't imagined it. After a few moments, the cry came again, clearer this time, and undeniably human. My first thought was that someone had gotten lost. but that seemed unlikely. I knew these woods well, and there were no trails or campsites in the direction the sound had come from. The area was dense and difficult to navigate, even for an experienced hiker. A chill of fear crept over me, mingling with concern for whoever was out there. I grabbed my flashlight and a jacket, my heart pounding in my chest. Rationality battled with instinct as I considered my next move. Heading into the woods at night was risky, especially with no clear path and only the distant cries to guide me. But I couldn't ignore the plea for help. Shining the flashlight ahead, I ventured into the forest, my boots crunching on the undergrowth. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating twisted branches and gnarled roots. The cries for help grew louder, more desperate, and I quickened my pace, pushing through the thick foliage. Minutes felt like hours as I stumbled through the underbrush, the cries guiding me deeper into the heart of the forest. Every shadow seemed to conceal hidden dangers, and every snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. The darkness was oppressive, the beam of my flashlight barely penetrating the thick canopy above. Finally, I reached a small clearing and the cries abruptly stopped. Silence fell, heavy and suffocating. I swung the flashlight around, searching for any sign of the person who had called for help. The clearing was empty, save for a few scattered rocks and fallen branches. I called out, my voice sounding strange and hollow in the stillness. "Hello? Is anyone there?" My words echoed through the trees, but there was no response. Only the silence and the oppressive darkness pressing in around me. A sense of unease settled over me. Something was not right. I had heard the cry so clearly, yet now there was no trace of anyone. I scanned the ground for footprints or any sign of disturbance, but found nothing. It was as if the forest had swallowed the cries and the person who made them. Fear gnawed at me, and I decided it was best to return to my campsite. As I turned to leave, a cold breeze swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves and sending a shiver down my spine. The forest seemed to watch me, its ancient trees whispering secrets I couldn't understand. Back at my campsite, the fire had burned low, casting long shadows that danced and flickered in the dim light. I added more wood, rekindling the flames, and sat down, trying to make sense of what had happened. The cries for help still echoed in my mind, haunting and unanswered. Sleep was elusive that night. Every rustle of leaves and crack of branches jolted me awake, my mind replaying the events over and over. Had it been a trick of the wind, or had someone truly been out there, needing help? And if so, where had they gone? Morning brought no answers, only a lingering sense of unease. I packed up my gear, ready to leave the forest and its mysteries behind. As I drove away, the memory of the cries for help stayed with me, a reminder of the unexplained and the unknowable depths of the wilderness. The forest held its secrets close, and I knew I would never forget that night, the night when the stillness of the wilderness was shattered by a distant cry for help from a place where no one should have been. Story 9. It was supposed to be a quick trip, just a drive through a remote area to clear my head and enjoy the solitude of the open road. The sun was setting, casting a warm orange glow over the endless stretch of trees and rolling hills. I was miles from the nearest town, with nothing but the sound of my car's engine and the hum of the tires on the asphalt to keep me company. As I drove deeper into the wilderness, the sense of isolation grew stronger. The road was empty, and I hadn't seen another car for hours. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful, but I relished the chance to escape the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Suddenly, without warning, my car began to sputter and lurch. I glanced at the dashboard, my heart sinking as I saw the temperature gauge needle climbing into the red. I pulled over to the side of the road and turned off the engine, the silence that followed almost deafening in its abruptness. I stepped out of the car and opened the hood, a plume of steam rising from the engine. Cursing under my breath, I realized I was in the middle of nowhere with no cell service and no way to call for help. I grabbed my phone and walked a few paces down the road, holding it up in the air in a vain attempt to find a signal. Nothing. As I turned back to my car, I felt a prickle of unease. The woods on either side of the road were dense and dark, the trees casting long shadows that seemed to move and shift in the fading light. I was about to return to my car when I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. A figure, standing at the edge of the woods, partially obscured by the trees. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure didn't move, just stood there, watching me. I couldn't make out any details in the dim light, but the presence was unmistakable. A shiver ran down my spine as I realized I was not alone. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling slightly. "Can I help you?" There was no response. The figure remained still, its gaze fixed on me. Panic began to rise within me. I had no way of knowing if this person was a threat, but their silent, unblinking stare was unnerving. I backed toward my car, keeping my eyes on the figure the entire time. When I reached the driver's side door, I fumbled with the handle and slipped inside, locking the doors behind me. I stared through the windshield, hoping the figure would go away. But it didn't. It stood there, a dark silhouette against the backdrop of the trees. I grabbed my phone again, desperately trying to find a signal. Still nothing. My mind raced with possible scenarios, each more terrifying than the last. What if this person had bad intentions? What if they were waiting for the right moment to approach? Minutes felt like hours as I sat there, my eyes darting between the figure and the dashboard. The temperature inside the car was rising, but I didn't dare turn on the engine for fear of attracting unwanted attention. I needed to think of a plan, and fast. Taking a deep breath, I decided to try and communicate one more time. I rolled down the window just a crack enough to speak through, but not enough for anyone to reach inside. "Hey," I shouted, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Is there something you need?" For a moment there was silence. Then, slowly, the figure began to move. It stepped out of the shadows and into the waning light, revealing a man in ragged clothes, his face obscured by a hood. He walked toward the car, his movements slow and deliberate. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched him approach. He stopped a few feet from the car, his face still hidden. "Car trouble?" he asked, his voice raspy and low. I nodded, my throat dry. "Yeah, overheated, I think." The man stood there for a moment, as if contemplating his next move. "Need a lift?" he asked finally. I hesitated, every instinct telling me not to trust him. "No, I think I'll wait for help," I said, trying to sound polite but firm. The man didn't move. "There's no help coming," he said. "Not out here." Panic surged through me. I glanced at my phone again, praying for a miracle. Still no signal. I looked back at the man, trying to assess the situation. His stance was relaxed, but there was something unsettling about him, something that made my skin crawl. "I appreciate the offer," I said carefully, "but I'll be fine." The man chuckled softly, a sound that sent a chill down my spine. "Suit yourself," he said, "but you might be waiting a long time." He turned and walked back toward the woods, disappearing into the shadows as quickly as he had appeared. I watched until I was sure he was gone, my body trembling with a mixture of fear and relief. As soon as I felt it was safe, I got out of the car and grabbed my backpack from the trunk. I couldn't stay here. I had to find help, even if it meant walking for miles. I slung the backpack over my shoulder and started down the road, glancing back every few minutes to make sure I wasn't being followed. The sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the world into darkness. I switched on my flashlight and kept moving, the beam cutting through the night. Every rustle in the underbrush, every shadow that moved in the periphery of my vision set my nerves on edge. I kept walking, fueled by adrenaline and the urgent need to put distance between myself and the man from the woods. Hours later, just as exhaustion was beginning to take its toll, I saw headlights approaching in the distance. Relief washed over me as a truck pulled up alongside me, the driver rolling down the window to ask if I needed help. I explained my situation, and he offered to take me to the nearest town. As I climbed into the passenger seat, I glanced back one last time at the darkened road, grateful to leave it behind. The driver was a kind, middle-aged man who introduced himself as Tom. He listened to my story with concern, and as we drove away, he assured me that I was safe now. But even as we left that remote stretch of highway behind, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the memory of the figure in the woods haunting me long after I had reached the safety of civilization. Story 10. Babysitting for the Millers was always an easy job. Their two kids, Lily and Max, were polite, well-behaved, and went to bed without much fuss. The Millers lived in a cozy suburban neighborhood, the kind of place where everyone knew each other, and nothing bad ever seemed to happen. So when they asked me to watch the kids one Saturday night, I agreed without hesitation. The evening started uneventfully. The Millers had left for a dinner party, promising to be back by midnight. Lily and Max were engrossed in a board game when I arrived, and after a quick dinner and a movie, I ushered them upstairs to bed. By 9:30 p.m., the house was silent, save for the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the settling structure. I settled onto the couch with a book, enjoying the rare moments of quiet. Outside, a light rain began to fall, pattering gently against the windows. The soft sound was almost soothing, and I found myself getting lost in the pages of my novel. Time slipped by, and before I knew it, the clock showed 11 p.m. Just as I was about to get up for a snack, I heard a noise that sent a chill down my spine, the unmistakable sound of someone trying the front door handle. I froze, straining to listen, convinced that I must have imagined it. But there it was again, a faint rattle as the handle was jiggled, followed by a soft, insistent knock. Panic surged through me. The Millers weren't supposed to be home until later, and no one else was expected. I tiptoed to the front door and peered through the peephole, my heart pounding in my chest. The porch light cast a dim glow, but all I could see was an empty doorstep and the rain-soaked street beyond. I held my breath, waiting for another sound, another sign that someone was out there. The seconds stretched into minutes, and just when I thought it might be safe to relax, I heard a whisper, a low, barely audible murmur, as if someone was standing just out of sight, speaking in hushed tones. Every instinct screamed at me to lock the door, but I already knew it was secure. I crept away from the entrance and grabbed my phone, my hands shaking as I dialed the Miller's number. It rang once, twice, and then went to voicemail. I left a hurried message trying to keep my voice calm, and then I called 911. The dispatcher was calm and professional, assuring me that a patrol car was on the way. She advised me to stay on the line and keep the doors locked. I followed her instructions, retreating to the kitchen where I could see both the front and back entrances. Minutes later, I heard the reassuring sound of sirens in the distance. The flashing lights of the police car illuminated the front yard, and two officers stepped out, surveying the area. They knocked on the door, identifying themselves, and I rushed to let them in. "Are you all right?" one of the officers asked, his eyes scanning the room for any signs of trouble. "I'm fine," I replied, my voice shaky. But someone was trying the door handle. I heard whispers. The officers exchanged a glance and then did a thorough sweep of the house and yard. They found nothing, no footprints, no signs of forced entry, nothing to indicate that anyone had been there at all. It was as if the intruder had vanished into thin air. "We'll keep a car in the area for the rest of the night," the second officer said, his tone reassuring. "If anything else happens, don't hesitate to call." I thanked them and watched as they left, the adrenaline slowly ebbing away. The house was quiet again, but the sense of unease lingered. I double-checked all the locks and made my way upstairs to check on the kids. They were still sound asleep, blissfully unaware of the night's events. As I sat back down on the couch, my book forgotten, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside seemed amplified, keeping me on edge. I turned on the TV for some background noise, hoping it would drown out my fears, but the tension remained. Just before midnight, I heard the familiar sound of the Miller's car pulling into the driveway. Relief washed over me as I hurried to greet them. I recounted the evening's events, and they were both concerned and apologetic. "I'm so sorry you had to go through that," Mrs. Miller said, her face pale. "We've never had any trouble in this neighborhood before." "We'll have the locks checked and maybe install a security system," Mr. Miller added. "Thank you for handling it so well." I left their house with a sense of lingering unease, the night's events replaying in my mind. As I walked to my car, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see a shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. The drive home was tense, my nerves still frayed, but I made it back safely and collapsed into bed, exhausted. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone had been out there that night. The whispers, the rattling door handle, they were too real to dismiss as my imagination. I took a break from babysitting for a while, the memory of that night lingering like a dark cloud. Months later, I heard through the neighborhood grapevine that a prowler had been caught a few streets over. He had been targeting houses in the area, looking for easy entry points. The Miller's house had likely been one of his targets that night, and the police presence had scared him off. The revelation brought some closure, but the memory of that unsettling night stayed with me. It was a stark reminder that even in the safest places the unexpected could happen, and the thin veil of security we all rely on could be easily pierced by the unknown. Story 11. It was supposed to be a routine overnight stop during a long road trip, an unassuming roadside motel with a flickering neon sign that proclaimed vacancy. The weary stretch of highway had guided me there as dusk settled over the landscape, the last traces of daylight fading into a dusky purple hue. The motel itself was a relic from another era, a single-story building with faded paint and a row of rooms facing a cracked parking lot. I parked my car under a flickering street lamp, the gravel crunching under my tires as I retrieved my bags from the trunk. Exhausted from hours of driving, I welcomed the prospect of a hot shower and a few hours of sleep before hitting the road again. The motel office was dimly lit, the air heavy with the scent of old carpet and stale coffee. A tired-looking clerk greeted me from behind a worn wooden counter, her expression a mix of boredom and resignation. I exchanged a few words with her as she handed me a room key, a plain metal tag with the number 12 stamped on it. "Quiet night tonight," she remarked, her voice flat and indifferent. I nodded, too tired to muster more than a polite smile. With key in hand, I made my way across the parking lot to my room, the gravel crunching softly beneath my footsteps. Room 12 was at the end of the row, its door painted a faded shade of blue and secured with a rusty lock. Inside, the room was as expected, sparsely furnished with a queen-sized bed, a small TV mounted on the wall, and a faded painting of a generic landscape above the headboard. The air conditioner hummed softly in the corner, offering a welcome respite from the lingering heat outside. I dropped my bags on the bed and checked my phone. No new messages, no missed calls. Outside, the last light of day faded into darkness, leaving the room bathed in a soft, artificial glow from the bedside lamp. The weariness of the road caught up with me, and I quickly stripped off my clothes and crawled under the scratchy motel sheets. Sleep came swiftly, a blessed escape from the monotony of the highway and the unfamiliar surroundings. For a few hours, all was quiet and still. Then, sometime in the dead of night, I stirred awake, a vague sense of unease pulling me from slumber. It took a moment for my surroundings to register: the dimly lit motel room, the faint hum of the air conditioner, the muffled sounds of the highway outside. And then I noticed it: the absence of weight in my pocket, the missing weight of the room key. Panic surged through me as I sat up, my heart pounding in my chest. Had I misplaced it, dropped it somewhere? Or worse, had someone taken it? I scanned the room frantically, my eyes darting from the nightstand to the floor to the small desk by the window. No sign of the key. With trembling hands, I reached for my phone, the soft glow illuminating the room as I dialed the front desk. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times before the tired voice of the clerk answered. "Front desk," she muttered, her tone still tinged with indifference. "My room key is missing," I blurted out, my voice shaky with fear. "I think someone might have taken it." There was a pause on the other end of the line, followed by a sigh. "I'll send someone over," she replied, her voice devoid of sympathy or urgency. I hung up the phone and sat on the edge of the bed, my mind racing with worst-case scenarios. Had someone been in my room while I slept? Were they planning to come back? The lock on the door suddenly seemed flimsy and inadequate, a thin barrier between me and whatever, or whoever was outside. As if on cue, I heard it, a soft click, barely audible over the hum of the air conditioner. Someone was trying to unlock the door from the outside. Adrenaline surged through me as I leaped off the bed, my pulse thundering in my ears. Without thinking, I rushed to the door and pressed my weight against it, my hands shaking as I fumbled for the chain lock. With a trembling hand, I slid it into place, praying that it would hold. Outside, the sound of fumbling continued, a key scraping against the lock, the handle jiggling slightly. Whoever was out there was determined, persistent. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling with fear. "Who's there?" There was no response, just the steady click of the lock and the muffled sound of movement on the other side of the door. My heart pounded in my chest as I backed away, my eyes fixed on the door, waiting for it to burst open at any moment. Minutes stretched into eternity as I stood there, my back pressed against the wall, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The motel room felt like a cage, every shadow and creak magnified by my heightened senses. And then, abruptly, the sound outside stopped. Silence descended, broken only by the distant hum of traffic and the pounding of my own heart. I waited, holding my breath, unsure of what would happen next. Eventually, the first rays of dawn began to filter through the curtains, casting a pale light into the room. The tension in my muscles slowly eased as I cautiously approached the door. Peering through the peephole, I saw nothing but the empty parking lot and the faint outline of the highway beyond. Relief washed over me, mingled with a deep sense of unease. Had it been a prank, a mistake, or something more sinister? I gathered my belongings quickly, my hands still trembling as I packed my bags and left the room. At the front desk, the clerk offered no explanation or apology, her expression unchanged as she took back the room key with a nonchalant gesture. I left the motel without looking back, my mind racing with unanswered questions and a newfound wariness of roadside accommodations. The rest of the journey passed in a blur, the memory of that night haunting me long after I reached my destination. I vowed never to stay in a roadside motel again, my sense of security shattered by a key that disappeared and a door that someone had tried to unlock in the dead of night. Story 12. Walking home from Sarah's birthday party was supposed to be a routine stroll through familiar streets. The night air was crisp, filled with the lingering warmth of late summer. Laughter and snippets of conversation echoed behind me as I made my way down the dimly lit sidewalk, the faint glow of streetlights casting long shadows on the pavement. Sarah's party had been a lively affair filled with music, dancing, and catching up with old friends. I had lost track of time, enjoying the company and the chance to unwind after a hectic week. But now, as I walked alone, the cheerful buzz of the party faded into the quiet solitude of the night. It was when I turned onto a quieter residential street that I first noticed them, a group of men, clustered together on the opposite side of the road. They were loud, their voices carrying across the stillness of the night as they joked and laughed amongst themselves. Instinctively, I quickened my pace, a flicker of unease stirring in the pit of my stomach. As I walked, their laughter turned into calls, crude remarks that made my skin crawl. I tried to ignore them, focusing on the path ahead and willing myself to reach the safety of my apartment building just a few blocks away. But their voices grew louder, their footsteps echoing ominously behind me. I glanced over my shoulder, heart pounding in my chest. The men were following me now, their figures silhouetted against the dim glow of streetlights. Fear surged through me, sharp and sudden, as I realized the gravity of the situation. My steps faltered briefly, uncertainty and dread warring within me. "Don't be scared, sweetheart," one of them called out, his voice slurred with alcohol. "We just want to talk to ya." I quickened my pace, the urgency of escape propelling me forward. My mind raced with options. Should I call someone? Should I run? But panic threatened to overwhelm me, clouding my thoughts and leaving me paralyzed with fear. The men closed the distance between us, their voices growing more insistent, more aggressive. "Hey, where ya going? Don't be like that." I dared not look back again, fearing what I might see. My heart hammered in my chest, each beat a frantic plea for safety. Sweat trickled down my back. Despite the coolness of the night, my senses heightened to the point of overload. Ahead, I spotted a convenience store with its bright fluorescent lights spilling onto the sidewalk. Relief flooded through me like a lifeline. With renewed determination, I broke into a run, my footsteps echoing loudly in the stillness of the night. Behind me, I heard their shouts grow louder, angry and menacing. "Hey, get back here. We ain't done with ya yet." Adrenaline surged through me as I reached the store, throwing open the door and stumbling inside. The cashier glanced up in surprise as I gasped for breath, my heart racing and my hands trembling. I fumbled for my phone, fingers shaking as I dialed 911, desperate for help. The men lingered outside, their voices muffled through the glass doors as they exchanged curses and threats. Fear gripped me in a vice-like hold, the realization of how close I had come to danger sinking in with each passing second. The cashier, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, rushed to my side, concern etched on her face. "Are you okay, honey? Do you need me to call someone for you?" I nodded, tears stinging my eyes as relief washed over me. The operator answered, her voice calm and reassuring as I explained the situation. Help was on the way, she assured me, urging me to stay inside until the police arrived. Minutes passed like hours as I waited, the tension in the air palpable. The men outside grew restless, their shouts growing more desperate as they realized their prey had slipped through their fingers. I huddled near the cashier, her presence a comforting anchor in the midst of turmoil. Finally, the flashing lights of a police car illuminated the store, casting a flickering red and blue glow across the walls. Officers emerged from the vehicle, their presence a welcome sight. They approached the men outside, voices firm and commanding as they dispersed the group and took statements from witnesses. Relief flooded through me as I watched from the safety of the store, grateful for the swift response of law enforcement. The men were apprehended without further incident, their bravado crumbling in the face of authority. After giving my statement to the police and thanking the concerned cashier, I was escorted safely home. The rest of the night passed in a blur of emotions: fear, gratitude, and a lingering sense of vulnerability that would stay with me long after the incident. In the days that followed, I found solace in the support of friends and loved ones, their concern a reminder of the strength that comes from community. I took precautions to ensure my safety, avoiding walking alone at night and remaining vigilant in unfamiliar surroundings. The experience left its mark, a cautionary tale of the dangers that can lurk just beyond the glow of streetlights. But it also reinforced my resilience, reminding me of the importance of trusting my instincts and seeking help when needed. As time passed, the fear ebbed, replaced by a quiet determination to reclaim my sense of security. I refused to let fear dictate my life, choosing instead to focus on the moments of joy and connection that continued to brighten my days. And yet, beneath the surface, a part of me remained forever changed, wary, watchful, and grateful for every safe journey home. Story 13. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor as I sat by the crackling campfire, the warmth a comforting barrier against the encroaching night chill. The woods around me seemed to come alive with nocturnal sounds, rustling leaves, distant calls of wildlife, and the occasional snap of a twig under unseen footsteps. It was a familiar symphony of the wilderness, one that usually soothed my soul during these solo camping trips. But tonight was different. As I settled into my sleeping bag inside the small dome tent, exhaustion tugged at my eyelids, promising a night of restful sleep under the canopy of stars. Yet, just as I was on the cusp of slumber, a sound pierced the quiet, a low, guttural growl that sent a shiver down my spine. I froze, heart pounding in my chest as I strained to listen. The growl came again, closer this time, accompanied by the faint rustling of underbrush just beyond the thin fabric of the tent. Panic surged through me, adrenaline coursing through my veins as I reached for the flashlight beside me. With trembling hands, I unzipped the tent flap and peered into the darkness. The beam of light pierced the night, illuminating the immediate vicinity in a narrow cone of brightness. But there was nothing, no eyes gleaming in the darkness, no shape lurking among the trees. I hesitated, torn between the instinct to investigate and the rational urge to retreat inside the safety of my tent. The growls had ceased, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to press in around me. With a deep breath, I stepped outside, flashlight sweeping the area as I scanned for any sign of movement. The forest stood silent and still, its ancient trees towering overhead like silent sentinels. The beam of my flashlight danced across the forest floor, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. But there was nothing, no trace of the source of the unsettling sounds that had disturbed my solitude. Unease settled over me like a heavy blanket as I returned to the tent, heart still racing from the adrenaline-fueled encounter. I lay awake for hours, ears strained for any hint of the mysterious presence that had stirred in the night. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me, and I drifted into a fitful sleep haunted by half-formed dreams. When I awoke with the first light of dawn, the events of the night seemed like a distant memory, a trick of the mind born from the isolation of the wilderness. But as I emerged from the tent and stretched stiff muscles, I noticed something that sent a chill down my spine. Fresh footprints encircled the perimeter of my campsite, imprinted in the soft earth with clear definition. They were large, unmistakably human, their edges still crisp with the impression of recent passage. Fear surged through me anew, a primal instinct urging caution as I scanned the forest for any sign of movement. Who or what had visited my campsite in the dead of night, leaving behind these haunting imprints? The growls, the rustling, were they connected to this mysterious visitor, or was there something else lurking in the shadows, unseen and unknown? With a sense of unease gnawing at my gut, I followed the trail of footprints, tracing their path through the underbrush. They led deeper into the forest, weaving through dense thickets and winding around towering trees. Each step filled me with a mix of curiosity and apprehension, the unknown beckoning me forward, even as caution urged retreat. As I ventured farther from the safety of my campsite, the forest seemed to close in around me, its dense foliage obscuring the path ahead. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. It was a stark contrast to the warmth of the campfire and the safety of my tent, a reminder of the wilderness's unpredictable nature. Hours passed in a haze of exploration, each turn of the trail revealing new mysteries and unanswered questions. The footprints continued, a silent testament to the presence that had passed through this remote corner of the forest. Yet there was no sign of the mysterious visitor, no indication of where they had come from or where they had gone. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I reluctantly decided to return to my campsite, the weight of unanswered questions heavy on my mind. The journey back seemed longer, the forest more imposing as shadows stretched across the forest floor. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes tracking my every move. By the time I reached the clearing where my tent stood, the sun was at its zenith, casting a warm, golden glow over the campsite. I surveyed the area one last time, searching for any clue that might shed light on the mysterious events of the night. But the footprints remained the only evidence, a haunting reminder of the unseen forces that could lurk within the wilderness's depths. I packed up my campsite in silence, the memory of that eerie night etched into my mind like a ghostly imprint. As I drove away from the secluded campsite, the forest retreated into the rearview mirror, its secrets hidden once more beneath a canopy of green. The experience had left me with a newfound respect for the untamed wilderness, a reminder that even in solitude, the unknown could always be lurking just beyond the edge of perception. Story 14. The quaint, small-town hotel seemed like the perfect retreat, a charming brick facade nestled amidst towering oaks, its welcoming glow promising a peaceful night's rest. I had chosen it for its rustic charm and the promise of solitude, hoping to unwind after weeks of hectic work schedules and bustling city life. As I checked into my room on the second floor, exhaustion washed over me. The day had been long, filled with endless meetings and deadlines. The hotel room, though simple, offered a sanctuary, a plush bed with crisp linens, a cozy armchair by the window overlooking the quiet street below, and a small writing desk bathed in the soft glow of a bedside lamp. After a quick shower, I settled onto the bed, the mattress yielding beneath me as I closed my eyes, welcoming the embrace of sleep. The night outside was calm, the only sounds the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of traffic. Sometime past midnight, I awoke with a start. A faint, rhythmic sound had pierced the silence, pulling me from the depths of sleep. It was a sound I couldn't quite place at first, a soft, steady breathing, almost imperceptible, like a whisper carried on the breeze. Heart pounding, I sat up in bed, straining to locate the source of the sound. Was it coming from within the room, or was it from outside just beyond the window pane? I held my breath, listening intently. The breathing continued, a slow, deliberate inhale and exhale. It seemed to come from just outside the window, barely audible yet unmistakably real. With trembling hands, I reached for the bedside lamp, casting a warm pool of light across the room. The curtains billowed gently in the breeze, the moonlight filtering through the sheer fabric. Outside, the street below lay quiet and deserted, bathed in a soft glow from the dimly lit street lamps. Summoning my courage, I tiptoed to the window, heart racing in my chest. Pulling back the curtain, I peered into the night, eyes scanning the darkness beyond. But there was nothing, just the stillness of the sleeping town, the branches of the oak trees swaying gently in the night air. I frowned, puzzled and unnerved. Could it have been my imagination playing tricks on me in the silence of the night, or was there someone or something out there watching and waiting? Deciding to dismiss it as a moment of fatigue-induced paranoia, I returned to bed, determined to salvage what remained of the night. Yet, despite my efforts to relax, the memory of that eerie breathing lingered like a shadow in the back of my mind. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching into an eternity as I lay awake, listening for any sign of the mysterious sound. But the night remained quiet, the breathing lost to the stillness of the early hours. Just as I began to drift back into a fitful sleep, it returned, a soft, unmistakable exhale, closer this time. My eyes snapped open, pulse quickening as I sat upright in bed once more. The sound seemed to hover just beyond the window, teasing and elusive. Heart pounding, I threw caution to the wind and hurried back to the window, determined to confront whatever, or whoever, was causing this unsettling disturbance. The curtains swayed gently as I peered outside, scanning the darkness for any movement. And then I saw it, a fleeting shadow darting across the pavement below, disappearing into the cover of the trees. My breath caught in my throat as I strained to make out more details, but the figure remained elusive, a ghostly silhouette in the moonlight. Adrenaline surged through me as I fumbled for my phone, fingers trembling as I dialed the hotel reception. The voice on the other end was groggy with sleep, but I managed to stammer out my concerns, a mysterious presence outside my window, breathing in the darkness. "I'll send security up right away, sir," the receptionist assured me, her voice tinged with concern. "Please stay in your room and keep the door locked." I thanked her, heart pounding in my chest as I retreated from the window, the room suddenly feeling too exposed. I paced nervously, eyes darting to the door with every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the curtains. The minutes stretched into hours as I waited, tension coiling in the pit of my stomach. The breathing had ceased, leaving only the echo of my own racing heartbeat in the silence. Finally, a soft knock at the door broke the stillness, and I jumped, relief flooding through me. I hurried to open it, greeted by the hotel security guard, a middle-aged man with a reassuring demeanor. "Sir, we've checked the area outside your window," he said, his voice calm. "There's no one there now. It could have been an animal, or perhaps the wind." I nodded, trying to steady my trembling hands, but I heard it, clear as day. It was breathing, right outside. He offered a sympathetic smile. "I understand, sir. It's not uncommon for the wind or small animals to make strange noises at night. I'll keep an eye on the area just to be safe." I thanked him, watching as he departed down the hallway. Alone once more, I sank onto the bed, exhaustion and relief washing over me in equal measure. The night had been a harrowing reminder of the unknown that could lurk just beyond the safety of everyday life. As I lay in bed, listening to the faint hum of the hotel's air conditioning, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered from the encounter. Had it truly been just the wind, or had something or someone been watching me from the shadows, breathing silently in the darkness? Sleep eventually claimed me, but the memory of that unsettling night would stay with me, a haunting reminder of the fragility of safety, even in the most ordinary of places. Story 15. The decision to escape the city for a weekend retreat in a remote cabin nestled deep within the woods was meant to be a rejuvenating break from the hustle and bustle of urban life. As I drove along winding country roads, the landscape transformed from bustling streets to serene forests, the air growing crisper with each passing mile. The cabin, a quaint wooden structure surrounded by towering pines, appeared like a haven of tranquility when I finally arrived. Stepping inside, I was greeted by the musty scent of aged wood and the rustic charm of the interior. A small living area with a stone fireplace, a cozy kitchen, and a narrow staircase leading to a loft bedroom all reflected the simple comforts of seclusion. It felt like a place frozen in time, untouched by the chaos of the outside world. Excitement mingled with a hint of apprehension as I settled in, unpacking my bags and preparing to unwind. The solitude was both comforting and eerie, the silence broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves or distant calls of wildlife. As dusk settled over the forest, casting long shadows through the cabin's windows, I lit a fire in the hearth and settled into a worn armchair with a book. Hours passed peacefully. The crackling of the fire and the gentle flicker of its light against the walls created a soothing ambience. Yet, as darkness enveloped the cabin, a subtle unease began to creep into my thoughts. The isolation, while initially inviting, now felt isolating, the forest beyond the windows seeming to press in closer with each passing minute. I decided to explore the immediate surroundings, hoping a short walk would dispel my growing unease. Stepping outside into the cool night air, I followed a narrow path that wound through the dense foliage. The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting ethereal patterns on the forest floor. Despite the beauty, a sense of foreboding lingered, a whisper of doubt that refused to fade. Returning to the cabin, I locked the door behind me, suddenly aware of the vulnerability of my solitude. The fireplace crackled, casting dancing shadows across the walls. I poured myself a glass of wine, hoping to calm my nerves, but the message I discovered on the window shattered any semblance of tranquility. In the thick layer of dust on the lower pane of the window facing the forest, clear as day were the words "Get out." My heart raced as I stared at the ominous message. How had it gotten there? Was someone else in the cabin, playing a cruel prank, or was there something more sinister at play in these remote woods? With trembling hands, I wiped away the message, half expecting to find someone standing outside watching. The forest, however, remained still and silent, its secrets concealed in the darkness beyond the cabin walls. I double-checked all the locks and drew the curtains tightly shut, trying to banish the sense of being watched. Sleep was elusive that night. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind through the trees, seemed amplified, heightening my unease. The fire burned low, casting elongated shadows that danced across the ceiling. I clutched the blanket tightly around me, listening intently for any sound out of place. Morning brought little relief. The sun's rays filtered through the dense canopy, casting a dappled light across the cabin's interior. I tried to convince myself that the message had been a prank or a figment of my overactive imagination, but doubt lingered like a persistent fog. Outside, the forest appeared serene, its beauty belying the tension that coiled within me. I hesitated to venture far from the cabin, feeling exposed and vulnerable in the vast expanse of wilderness. Instead, I busied myself with small tasks inside, tidying up, making a simple breakfast, anything to distract from the unsettling events of the previous night. As the day wore on, I debated whether to cut my retreat short and return to the familiarity of the city. Yet, a stubborn curiosity urged me to stay, to confront whatever unseen presence had left that chilling message. Night descended once more, bringing with it a renewed sense of dread. I lit every lamp and kept the fire blazing, hoping to ward off the shadows that seemed to gather at the cabin's edges. The hours passed slowly, each minute stretching into an eternity of anxious vigilance. Just as I was beginning to resign myself to another sleepless night, A soft tapping sound echoed through the cabin. My breath caught in my throat as I strained to locate its source. It came again, this time from the direction of the window where the message had been written. Summoning every ounce of courage, I approached cautiously, heart pounding in my chest. The tapping grew louder, rhythmic yet erratic. With trembling hands, I drew back the curtain and peered outside. There, on the windowsill, sat a small bird, a jay, its feathers ruffled by the night breeze. Its beady eyes met mine, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, with a flutter of wings, it took flight, disappearing into the darkness. A relief washed over me in a wave. The message, the tapping, it had all been the work of a curious bird, leaving its mark in the dust and seeking shelter on the windowsill. A weight lifted from my shoulders as I realized the innocent explanation behind the unsettling events. In the days that followed, I embraced the solitude of the cabin with renewed appreciation. The forest no longer seemed ominous, but rather a sanctuary of quiet reflection. I explored the trails during the day, reveling in the beauty of nature, and returned to the cabin at night with a newfound sense of peace. The message on the window had been a wake-up call, a reminder of the power of perception and the unpredictability of the wilderness. It had tested my resolve and taught me to confront fear with curiosity rather than retreat. As I packed my bags to leave, the cabin seemed smaller yet infinitely richer with the memories of my weekend stay. The jay's visit had transformed a moment of terror into a lesson in resilience, leaving me grateful for the experience of solitude and the beauty found in the heart of the forest. Story 16. The road stretched out endlessly before me, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through the heart of rural countryside. It was a route I had taken many times before, familiar yet always imbued with a sense of solitude. The late afternoon sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the fields and painting the landscape in hues of gold and amber. As I drove, lost in my thoughts and the rhythm of the road, I noticed a car in my rearview mirror, a nondescript sedan, dark and unremarkable. At first I paid it little attention, dismissing it as another traveler on the same route. But as the miles passed and the turns I took failed to shake it off, a creeping unease settled in the pit of my stomach. I slowed down, allowing the car to pass, hoping it would continue on its way and leave me in peace. But instead it matched my speed, falling into place behind me like a shadow. Every turn I made, every detour down a side road or through a small town, the car followed, maintaining a constant distance. My heart began to race. Who was behind the wheel of that car and why were they following me? The rational part of my mind searched for logical explanations, a coincidence, perhaps, or someone simply heading in the same direction. But as the minutes stretched into an hour and the car showed no signs of relenting, my unease grew into a knot of fear. Desperation set in. I took random turns, doubling back on myself, hoping to lose the relentless pursuer. Each time I glanced in the mirror, only to find the car still there, a persistent presence in my rear view. With each passing mile, my thoughts raced. Should I call the police? Should I confront the driver? But what if it escalated the situation? I had no answers, only the pounding of my heart and the fear that seemed to coil around me like a serpent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the landscape in a veil of twilight, I made a decision. I pulled onto a narrow gravel road, flanked by fields on either side, and slowed to a crawl. The car followed suit, its headlights cutting through the gathering darkness. My hands trembled on the steering wheel as I considered my options. I could continue to evade, hoping for a stroke of luck that would shake off my pursuer. Or I could confront them, demand an explanation for their unsettling pursuit. Summoning what courage I could muster, I rolled down my window and called out into the gathering dusk. Why are you following me? My voice echoed across the empty fields, swallowed by the vast expanse of rural quiet. For a moment there was silence. Then the car's engine hummed to a stop, and the driver's side door swung open. A figure emerged, a tall, shadowy silhouette against the fading light. They stood there, unmoving, staring at me with an intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Heart hammering in my chest, I held my ground. Who are you? What do you want? My voice wavered, betraying the fear that gripped me like a vice. The figure took a step forward, and in the dim glow of my headlights, I caught a glimpse of their face. A mask of determination and something else, something unreadable. They spoke, their voice low and steady, carrying across the distance between us. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you," they said. Their words a strange mix of apology and something akin to regret. "I just needed to talk to you." Confusion mingled with fear as I tried to make sense of their words. "Talk to me? About what?" But before they could answer, the sound of approaching sirens shattered the silence. Blue and red lights bathed the scene as a police car pulled up behind us, officers stepping out cautiously, hands resting on their holsters. The tension in the air was palpable as they approached, demanding to know what was happening. The figure turned to face them, raising their hands in a gesture of surrender. "I'm sorry," they repeated, their voice carrying over the growing cacophony of voices and flashing lights. "I didn't mean to cause any trouble." Questions swirled in my mind as the officers took control of the situation, handcuffing the figure and leading them away. What had just happened? Who was this person, and why had they been following me? As I watched the scene unfold, a sense of relief washed over me. The immediate threat had been neutralized, but the questions remained unanswered. What had driven this person to pursue me through the rural countryside, and what did they hope to achieve? Hours later, as I finally arrived at my destination, the events of the evening replayed in my mind like a surreal nightmare. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled into something larger than myself, a mystery with no easy answers and implications I could only begin to fathom. The incident left its mark on me, a lingering sense of vulnerability and the knowledge that even the most ordinary of journeys could veer into unexpected territory. As I settled into bed that night, sleep eluded me, my thoughts returning again and again to the car in my rearview mirror and the shadowy figure who had followed me into the twilight. Story 17. It was a quiet Friday evening, and I was babysitting for the Thompson family, a routine job I had done countless times before. The Thompsons lived in a cozy suburban neighborhood with tree-lined streets and neatly trimmed lawns. Their house, a charming two-story home with a porch swing and a garden out front, always felt warm and inviting. The kids, Emily and Lucas, were asleep upstairs, their gentle snores echoing down the hallway as I sat in the living room, flipping through a magazine to pass the time. It was around 9 p.m. when I decided to step outside onto the front porch for a breath of fresh air. The night was cool and quiet, the stars twinkling overhead in the clear sky. As I leaned against the porch railing, enjoying the peacefulness of the neighborhood, something caught my eye, a small slip of paper lying on the welcome mat. Curious, I bent down and picked it up. The note was handwritten in blocky, uneven letters that sent a chill down my spine on watching you. My heart skipped a beat as I scanned the empty street, searching for any sign of movement or someone lurking in the shadows. The neighborhood was usually so safe, but now it felt eerie and unsettling. I glanced back at the note, my mind racing with questions. Who could have left this? Was it a prank or something more sinister? Fear gripped me, but my first instinct was to protect Emily and Lucas. I hurried back inside, locking the door behind me, and dialed 911, my hands trembling slightly as I waited for the dispatcher to pick up. 911. "What's your emergency?" a calm voice asked on the other end of the line. "I'm babysitting, and I found a note on the front porch," I blurted out, trying to keep my voice steady. "It says I'm watching you. I'm really scared." The dispatcher assured me that help was on the way and stayed on the line with me until the police arrived. Within minutes, 2 patrol cars pulled up in front of the house, their flashing lights cutting through the darkness. I watched from the living room window as officers got out of their vehicles and approached the porch, flashlights in hand. I opened the door cautiously, staying behind the officers as they examined the note and scanned the area for any signs of intruders. They took down my statement, asking me detailed questions about what had happened and if I had seen anyone suspicious in the neighborhood earlier that evening. Meanwhile, Emily and Lucas were still asleep upstairs, oblivious to the commotion downstairs. I debated waking them, but the officers assured me they would handle everything and suggested I stay downstairs with them until their parents returned. As the minutes ticked by, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, as if someone's eyes were trained on me through the windows. The police searched the perimeter of the house and the surrounding area but found no one lingering nearby. They assured me they would increase patrols in the neighborhood for the night and recommended keeping all doors and windows locked. After what felt like an eternity, Emily and Lucas's parents arrived home, greeted by the sight of police cars parked outside their house. They rushed inside, visibly shaken as I explained what had happened. Mr. Thompson spoke with the officers while Mrs. Thompson hugged her children tightly, relieved to find them safe and unharmed. The police advised the Thompsons to install security cameras around the house and to notify them immediately if anything else suspicious occurred. They assured us they would continue to monitor the situation and follow up with any leads they might uncover. That night, after the police left and the Thompsons settled their children back to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The note, its ominous message, and the thought of someone watching us lingered in my mind. I stayed on edge for the remainder of the evening, jumping at every creak or rustle outside. In the days that followed, the neighborhood buzzed with talk of the incident. Neighbors checked in on the Thompsons, offering support and reassurance. Some shared stories of similar unsettling experiences, while others speculated about who might have left the note and why. The Thompsons upgraded their home security, adding motion sensor lights and reinforcing locks on doors and windows. They thanked me profusely for handling the situation calmly and responsibly, though I still felt uneasy whenever I returned to babysit. Time passed, and the initial fear began to fade. Life in the neighborhood returned to normal, with kids playing in the yards and families going about their daily routines. But for me, the memory of finding that note and the chilling realization that someone had been watching us that night remained a vivid reminder of the vulnerability that can lurk behind even the most ordinary moments. Story 18. The decision to hike alone had been impulsive, driven by a desire to escape the noise of everyday life and reconnect with nature. The trail I chose wound through a dense forest, its path obscured by overhanging branches and a carpet of fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as I ventured deeper into the wilderness. The air was cool and crisp, the only sounds the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the occasional call of a distant bird. It was peaceful, a welcome respite from the constant buzz of technology and human activity. I followed the trail as it meandered through towering trees, their trunks thick and gnarled with age. As I walked, I noticed something peculiar, a series of markings etched into the bark of a nearby tree. Intrigued, I approached for a closer look. The carvings were crude, as if made with a jagged stone rather than a knife. At first glance, they seemed random, but as I studied them further, a chill ran down my spine. Words began to take shape amidst the rough slashes and gouges. Turn back, leave now, this is your warning. Each message was accompanied by a symbol, A crude drawing of an eye, a twisted smile, and other unsettling images. The meaning was clear. Someone had deliberately left these messages, and they were meant to intimidate. Unease settled over me as I continued along the trail, the once inviting woods now tinged with suspicion. Every tree I passed seemed to bear a new message, each one more menacing than the last. Who had carved them? And why? I quickened my pace, the rhythm of my footsteps echoing in the stillness. The trail narrowed, winding deeper into the heart of the forest. Shadows danced at the periphery of my vision, playing tricks on my mind. I tried to shake off the feeling of being watched, but the messages haunted me, their presence palpable in the quiet solitude. As the afternoon wore on, I debated turning back, but curiosity and perhaps a stubborn determination compelled me to press forward. The trail ascended a gentle slope, opening onto a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. A small stream trickled through the center, its waters crystal clear and inviting. Relief washed over me, and for a moment I allowed myself to relax. I sat beside the stream, dipping my fingers into the cool water. The tension of the hike began to melt away, replaced by a sense of peace and tranquility. It was easy to forget the ominous messages carved into the trees, to lose myself in the beauty of the natural world. But as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the clearing, reality intruded once more. I glanced around uneasily, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I was out here alone. The messages lingered in my thoughts, their warning echoing in my mind. I made the decision to head back, retracing my steps along the trail. The forest seemed darker now, the trees looming overhead like silent sentinels. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of adrenaline through my veins. Paranoia took hold, and I found myself scanning the underbrush for any sign of movement. As I passed the trees with the carvings, I couldn't help but glance at them again. The crude symbols seemed to mock me, their meaning clear and unsettling. Who had left them, and why had they chosen this remote trail to convey their message? A twig snapped behind me, the sound sharp and unexpected. I whirled around, heart racing, but there was nothing, just the quiet murmur of the forest. I laughed nervously, chiding myself for letting my imagination run wild. It was just the wind, or a small animal scurrying through the undergrowth. There was nothing to fear. But as I continued on, the feeling of being watched persisted. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled, and a sense of dread settled over me like a heavy blanket. I quickened my pace, the trail now a blur of earth and foliage. Every shadow seemed to conceal a hidden threat, every tree a potential hiding place. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the feeling vanished. The forest grew quiet once more, the only sound my own ragged breathing. I stopped to catch my breath, leaning against a tree for support. Sweat trickled down my spine, dampening my shirt. A sudden movement caught my eye, a figure standing among the trees, partially obscured by shadow. Panic seized me, my heart leaping into my throat. I froze, unable to move or speak, my mind racing with fear. But as the figure stepped forward into the light, I recognized him, a fellow hiker, his expression one of concern rather than menace. Relief flooded through me, and I stumbled towards him, babbling about the messages and the unease that had plagued me. He listened patiently, his brow furrowed in thought. I saw those carvings too, he admitted finally. I thought they were just a prank, but maybe there's more to it. Together we retraced my steps back to the carvings, examining them with a newfound sense of urgency. The symbols and warnings were still there, etched into the bark with an eerie permanence. We took photos, documenting each message and discussing what they could mean. Maybe someone is trying to scare people away from this trail, my companion suggested, his voice low with concern. But why? And who? The questions hung in the air, unanswered. We debated contacting the authorities, but without any concrete evidence of wrongdoing, it seemed futile. Reluctantly, we continued along the trail, the weight of the messages pressing on our minds. As we neared the trailhead, I glanced back at the forest one last time. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting the woods in shadow. The carvings were hidden now, lost amidst the darkness in the trees. But their warning remained, a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurked in the wilderness and the mysteries that still awaited discovery. Story 19. Working late at the office was not an uncommon occurrence for me. As a dedicated project manager at a bustling tech firm, deadlines often dictated my schedule, and tonight was no different. The soft glow of my computer screen cast a dim light across my cluttered desk, illuminating the array of papers and half-empty coffee cups that marked the aftermath of a busy day. The office was located on the 12th floor of a modern skyscraper in the heart of the city. During the day, it buzzed with activity, the hum of conversations, the clatter of keyboards, and the occasional burst of laughter echoing through the open-plan space. But at night, the atmosphere shifted. The usual hustle and bustle gave way to a quiet solitude broken only by the soft hum of air conditioning and the occasional distant siren drifting up from the streets below. It was well past midnight when I finally decided to call it a night. I saved my work, shut down my computer, and gathered my things with a sigh of relief. As I locked the door to my office behind me, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled, a sense of unease settling over me like a heavy blanket. I made my way down the dimly lit hallway toward the elevators, the soft click of my heels echoing faintly against the polished tile floor. The building seemed unnaturally quiet, devoid of the usual background noise that accompanied daytime hours. The only sound was the rhythmic tap of my footsteps, each one a solitary beat in the stillness of the night. As I approached the elevator bank, I pressed the call button and waited, my eyes scanning the empty lobby for any sign of movement. The soft chime of the arriving elevator broke the silence, its doors sliding open with a quiet hiss. I stepped inside, my finger hovering over the button for the ground floor, when I heard it, a faint whisper, so soft that it could have been a trick of the imagination. Sarah. My name, barely a whisper on the edge of hearing, echoed through the empty lobby. My heart skipped a beat, my breath catching in my throat. I turned sharply, scanning the shadowed corners of the lobby, but there was no one there. Just the empty expanse of polished marble and glass, reflecting the dim glow of overhead lights. "Hello," I called out, my voice wavering slightly. "Is anyone there?" There was no response, just the quiet hum of the elevator and the distant rumble of traffic far below. I hesitated for a moment, torn between the urge to investigate and the instinct to flee. But curiosity got the better of me, and against my better judgment, I stepped out of the elevator and ventured further into the lobby. "Is someone playing a prank?" I called out again, my voice louder this time, tinged with a hint of unease. Still, there was no answer, no movement in the shadows. The building seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something to happen. I felt a shiver run down my spine, a chill that had nothing to do with the cool air conditioning. Gathering my resolve, I walked toward the reception desk, where a lone security guard usually sat during the night shift. The desk was empty, the chair pushed back as if hastily abandoned. My pulse quickened, a knot of anxiety tightening in my chest. Where was everyone? "Hello," I called out again, louder now, my voice echoing through the empty lobby. "Is anyone here?" Silence greeted me, thick and oppressive. The only sound was the faint buzzing of fluorescent lights overhead, casting harsh shadows across the polished floor. I glanced nervously at the security cameras mounted on the walls, half expecting to see someone or something watching me from the monitors. And then, just as I was about to turn and retreat back to the safety of the elevator, I heard it again, a soft, insistent whisper, like a sigh on the edge of hearing. Sarah. This time there was no mistaking it. The voice was clear, unmistakable, and it seemed to come from just behind me. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath catching in my throat as I spun around, my eyes wide with fear. There, standing in the shadows near the lobby entrance, was a figure, a silhouette outlined against the soft glow of streetlights filtering through the glass doors. My pulse raced, adrenaline flooding my veins as I struggled to make sense of what I was seeing. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice trembling despite my efforts to sound calm and composed. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It simply stood there, watching me with an intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Panic surged within me, urging me to run, to flee from whatever unseen presence was haunting the empty lobby. But before I could take a single step, the figure seemed to dissolve into the shadows, vanishing as quickly and mysteriously as it had appeared. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my mind reeling with a mix of fear and disbelief. Had I imagined it? Was it a trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and stress? Slowly, cautiously, I backed away, my eyes never leaving the spot where the figure had stood. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to leave, to get as far away from the building as possible. Without looking back, I hurried to the elevator, jabbing frantically at the button for the ground floor. The doors slid shut with a soft hiss, enclosing me in the relative safety of the elevator car. I leaned against the wall, my legs trembling with adrenaline as I descended toward the lobby. When the doors opened, I practically bolted out, racing across the empty foyer toward the glass doors that led outside. The cool night air hit me like a welcome relief, dispelling the lingering sense of unease that had gripped me moments before. I stumbled onto the sidewalk, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I glanced back at the building looming behind me. I never did find out who or what had whispered my name that night. The incident remained a haunting mystery, a surreal encounter that defied explanation. But one thing was certain, it had shaken me to the core, leaving me with a lingering sense of vulnerability and a newfound respect for the unseen forces that could lurk in the darkness. As I walked away from the office building, the city streets bustling with late-night revelers and the occasional passing car, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something inexplicable and unsettling. And though I tried to convince myself otherwise, a part of me knew that some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved, their answers lost in the shadows of the night. Story 20. The sun was setting in a blaze of orange and pink hues as I pulled into the rest area off the interstate. It had been a long day of driving, the kind where the road stretches endlessly ahead and each mile marker becomes a countdown to the next rest stop. The rest area, nestled between rolling hills and framed by a cluster of trees, offered a welcome reprieve from the monotony of the highway. I parked in a well-lit spot near the restrooms, stretching my legs and inhaling the crisp evening air. The rest area was quiet, with only a handful of cars scattered throughout the parking lot. I grabbed my jacket from the passenger seat and stepped out of the car, grateful for the chance to stretch my legs and break free from the confines of the driver's seat. As I walked towards the restrooms, I noticed him, a man standing near the edge of the parking lot, his gaze fixed on me. He was tall and lean, dressed in dark clothing that seemed out of place in the fading light. His eyes followed my every move, unblinking and intense, sending a shiver down my spine. I quickened my pace, unease prickling at the back of my mind. The man didn't move, didn't speak, he simply watched, a silent sentinel in the gathering dusk. I hurried into the restroom, glancing over my shoulder to ensure he hadn't followed me inside. Inside the restroom, I took a few moments to gather myself, splashing cold water on my face and trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. Was I being paranoid? Perhaps he was just another weary traveler, stretching his legs like me. But his stare had been unnerving, lingering like a shadow in the recesses of my mind. After a few minutes, I ventured back outside, scanning the parking lot for any sign of the man. To my relief, he was no longer standing by the edge of the lot. Maybe he had moved on, continuing his journey down the highway. I tried to push aside my lingering unease as I made my way back to my car. But as I approached my vehicle, dread coiled in the pit of my stomach. There, standing by the driver's side door, was the man. His presence was an ominous silhouette against the backdrop of the evening sky, his expression unreadable in the dim light. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. How had he gotten there so quickly? I hadn't seen him follow me out of the restroom, hadn't heard footsteps behind me. Panic threatened to overwhelm me as I struggled to comprehend the situation. The man took a step towards me, his movements slow and deliberate. "Hey there," he said, his voice low and smooth. "Mind if I have a word with you?" Fear rooted me to the spot, every instinct screaming at me to run, to scream for help. But I forced myself to remain calm, to assess the situation with a clear mind. I reached for the handle of my car door, my fingers trembling slightly. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested," I managed to say, my voice wavering despite my efforts to sound confident. I kept my eyes on the man, watching for any sudden movements. He tilted his head slightly, studying me with a curious expression. "Come on now, don't be like that," he replied, his tone coaxing. "I just want to talk." The man's demeanor was unsettling, his persistence bordering on aggression. I glanced around, hoping to spot another traveler nearby, someone who could intervene or call for help. But the rest area remained eerily quiet, the other cars seeming to fade into the background. "I really need to go," I said, my voice firmer this time. I edged towards the driver's side door, keeping a safe distance between us. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. "Fine," he muttered, taking a step back. "But this isn't over." I didn't wait to see if he would follow through on his threat. With trembling hands, I unlocked the car door and slipped inside, locking it behind me with a sharp click. I fumbled for the keys in the ignition, heart racing as I glanced in the rearview mirror. The man stood by the side of the car, watching me intently. I started the engine, my foot hovering over the gas pedal. Should I call the police? Should I wait for him to leave? Before I could decide, the man turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness of the rest area. Relief flooded through me, mingled with lingering fear and confusion. What had he wanted? Why had he targeted me? I waited a few moments longer, watching to ensure he didn't return. When I was satisfied that he was gone, I pulled out of the rest area with a sense of urgency, eager to put as much distance between myself and the unsettling encounter as possible. The remainder of the drive was fraught with tension, every passing mile marked by glances in the rearview mirror and a heightened awareness of my surroundings. I reached my destination late that night, weary and shaken, but grateful to have escaped unharmed. The encounter haunted me in the days that followed, a reminder of the vulnerability that comes with solo travel and the importance of staying vigilant. I reported the incident to the authorities, hoping that my description of the man would prevent him from targeting another traveler. As time passed, the memory of that night faded, replaced by the adventures and experiences of future road trips. but I never forgot the feeling of fear and uncertainty that had gripped me at the rest area, a stark reminder of the dangers that can lurk in even the most familiar of places. Story 21. The evening had started like any other babysitting gig. The Thompsons, a friendly couple from the neighborhood, had called me to watch their 2 young children while they enjoyed a rare night out. Their cozy suburban home nestled at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, surrounded by well-kept lawns and neatly trimmed hedges. It was the kind of neighborhood where nothing ever seemed out of place until that night. After putting the children to bed, I settled into the living room with a book, the soft glow of the lamp casting a warm ambience. The hours passed uneventfully, the only interruptions being the occasional creak of the house settling or the faint murmur of voices from the TV upstairs. It was nearing midnight when I first heard it, a soft tapping on the window, so light that at first I thought it was a tree branch brushing against the glass in the gentle breeze. I glanced up from my book, heart skipping a beat, as I realized there was no tree near this particular window. I froze, eyes widening as the tapping continued, rhythmic and deliberate. It sounded almost intentional. My mind raced through possibilities. Was it a prank? A curious neighbor? Or something more sinister? Summoning my courage, I crept towards the window, heart pounding in my chest as I peered into the darkness beyond. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting eerie shadows across the room. And then, there it was again, a figure standing just outside, obscured by the darkness, with the hood pulled low over their face. My breath caught in my throat as I stared, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. Who was this person, and why were they standing outside the Thompsons' house in the dead of night? Panic threatened to overwhelm me, my mind racing with worst-case scenarios. Before I could react, the figure raised a hand and tapped the window again, more urgently this time. The sound reverberated through the room, sending a chill down my spine. I knew I had to do something, call the police, wake the Thompsons, anything to dispel this creeping sense of dread. But just as I reached for my phone, the figure outside the window suddenly turned and ran, disappearing into the darkness like a fleeting shadow. Relief washed over me, mingled with lingering fear and confusion. Who was that person? And why had they chosen this house, this window, to haunt with their unsettling presence? I debated waking the Thompsons, but a part of me hesitated, not wanting to disturb their night out with what could easily be dismissed as a prank or a misunderstanding. Instead, I double-checked the locks on all the doors and windows, ensuring that the house was secure before retreating to the living room once more. The minutes ticked by in tense silence, every creak of the house sending my heart racing anew. I tried to focus on my book, the words blurring on the page as my thoughts wandered back to the mysterious visitor outside the window. Who were they, and what did they want? As the night wore on, fatigue began to settle in, my eyelids growing heavy with the weight of unresolved questions. I considered calling the Thompsons just to let them know what had happened, but I hesitated, not wanting to worry them unnecessarily. It was nearly dawn when I finally drifted into a fitful sleep, exhaustion claiming me despite the lingering unease that gnawed at my subconscious. Dreams flickered behind closed eyelids, shadowy figures and tapping windows merging into a surreal landscape of fear and uncertainty. When I awoke with the first light of morning, the events of the night seemed like a distant nightmare, a trick of the mind born from the exhaustion of a long night alone. But as I stepped into the kitchen to make coffee, a chill ran down my spine. There, on the ground just outside the window where the figure had stood, was a small scrap of paper. I picked it up with trembling hands, unfolding it carefully to reveal a hastily scrawled message: "I'm watching you." Dread settled over me like a heavy blanket, the words burning into my mind with chilling clarity. Whoever had been outside the window last night hadn't been a prankster or a curious neighbor. They had been something far more sinister, their intentions murky and threatening. I called the Thompsons immediately, my voice shaking as I recounted the events of the night before. They rushed home without hesitation, their concern palpable as they listened to my account with growing alarm. The police were called, and the house was thoroughly searched for any signs of intrusion or lingering presence. But aside from the eerie note and my shaken nerves, there was no evidence of the mysterious visitor who had haunted the night. In the days that followed, the Thompsons installed security cameras and motion sensor lights around the house, determined to prevent any future incidents. They thanked me profusely for my vigilance and assured me that they would do everything in their power to ensure our safety. But despite their efforts, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching, lurking just beyond the reach of our defenses. The memory of that night would stay with me, a reminder of the thin veil that separates safety from danger, normalcy from the inexplicable. And as I walked away from the Thompsons' house for the last time, my mind echoed with unanswered questions. Who had been outside the window that night? And what did they want from us? Story 22. It was a typical Friday evening when I arrived at the Martin family's home for babysitting duty. The Martins were friendly neighbors, and their two children, Emma and Michael, were well-behaved and easy to care for. As usual, Mrs. Martin greeted me warmly at the door, giving me a rundown of the kids' bedtime routines and emergency contacts before she and Mr. Martin headed out for their dinner date. The evening started off smoothly. Emma and Michael were engrossed in a board game while I prepared a light dinner for them. The Martins' living room, where we spent most of our time, was cozy and tastefully decorated, a place where laughter and the pitter-patter of children's feet echoed warmly. After dinner, the kids settled down to watch a movie, and I took the opportunity to tidy up the living room. As I straightened the cushions on the sofa, I noticed something peculiar, a small, inconspicuous camera lens peeking out from behind a stack of books on the bookshelf. Curiosity mingled with unease as I approached the shelf. I carefully moved the books aside and my suspicions were confirmed. A hidden camera, small and discreetly placed, its lens trained on the living room. My heart skipped a beat as I realized the implications. Fear and disbelief washed over me. Who would place a camera here, in the Martins' own home? Were they being watched without their knowledge? My mind raced with questions, but one thing was clear: I needed to act quickly. Suppressing a growing sense of panic, I reached for my phone and dialed Mrs. Martin's number. It rang twice before she picked up, her voice slightly muffled by the noise of the restaurant. "Hi, it's me," I began, trying to keep my voice steady. "I think you need to come back home. I found something." There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by concern in Mrs. Martin's voice. "What is it? Is everything okay?" I hesitated, unsure of how to break the news. I found a hidden camera in the living room. It was behind some books on the shelf. Silence followed my words, broken only by the distant murmur of voices in the restaurant. I could almost feel Mrs. Martin's shock through the phone. "A hidden camera," she finally exclaimed, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Are you sure?" I nodded, though she couldn't see it. "Yes, I'm looking at it right now. You should come home and check it out." "I'm calling my husband," she replied hastily. "We'll be there as soon as we can. Please keep an eye on the kids." I assured her that I would, though my thoughts were consumed by the unsettling discovery. What if there were more cameras? What if someone had been watching the Martins' every move, their private moments captured without consent? As I waited for the Martins to return, I kept a vigilant watch over Emma and Michael, trying to maintain a sense of normalcy despite the growing unease. The living room felt different now. Every corner, every shadow seemed to hold hidden eyes. When the Martins finally arrived, their expressions were a mix of concern and disbelief. Mr. Martin wasted no time in examining the hidden camera, carefully removing it from its hiding place and inspecting it closely. "Where did you find it?" Mrs. Martin asked, her voice trembling slightly as she took in the gravity of the situation. I recounted how I had discovered the camera behind the books on the shelf, explaining the shock and fear that had gripped me upon finding it. Mr. Martin's jaw tightened as he inspected the device. "This is unbelievable," he muttered under his breath. "We never installed anything like this." Mrs. Martin paced anxiously, her fingers twisting in her hair. "Do you think there could be more?" It was a chilling thought. The living room suddenly felt like a crime scene, every corner a potential hiding place for invasive surveillance equipment. "We should check the whole house," Mr. Martin declared, his voice firm. "We can't take any chances." With a sense of urgency, we began a thorough search of the Martins' home, scouring each room for any sign of additional cameras or recording devices. Every closet, every shelf, and every nook was meticulously examined, our hearts sinking with each empty discovery. After what felt like an eternity, we concluded our search without finding anything else. The hidden camera remained the sole piece of evidence, a disturbing reminder of the violation of privacy the Martins had unknowingly endured. "I'll call the police," Mr. Martin said finally, his tone resolute. "They need to know about this." While he made the call, Mrs. Martin and I comforted Emma and Michael, trying to shield them from the seriousness of the situation. The kids, sensing our concern, clung to us tightly, their innocent faces a stark contrast to the gravity of the evening's events. The police arrived swiftly, their presence bringing a sense of relief and reassurance. They listened intently as Mr. Martin recounted our discovery, inspecting the hidden camera and taking notes on the details of its placement. "We'll investigate this thoroughly," one of the officers assured us, his expression grave. "It's possible someone has been monitoring your home. We'll need to collect the camera as evidence." With that, the camera was carefully bagged and labeled, its fate now in the hands of law enforcement. The Martins, visibly shaken but grateful for our vigilance, thanked us profusely for uncovering the intrusion into their private lives. As the police conducted their investigation, the Martins made arrangements to stay elsewhere for the night, seeking refuge with family while their home was swept for any other surveillance equipment. The evening had taken a toll on all of us, a stark reminder of the vulnerability that lurked behind closed doors. In the days that followed, news of the incident spread through the neighborhood, prompting a wave of concern and vigilance among residents. The Martins' experience served as a cautionary tale, a reminder to safeguard one's privacy and remain vigilant against unseen threats. For me, the discovery of the hidden camera left an indelible mark, an unsettling reminder of the dangers that could lurk beneath the surface of everyday life. It was a night that shattered the illusion of security, leaving me with a newfound awareness of the need for vigilance and the protection of privacy in an increasingly connected world. Story 23. The decision to embark on a solo camping trip had been a spur-of-the-moment escape from the stresses of daily life. Nestled deep within a remote forest, far from the distractions of civilization, I relished the opportunity to reconnect with nature and find solace in its quiet embrace. Setting up camp had been a therapeutic exercise, a ritualistic arrangement of tent, sleeping bag, and basic supplies. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink as I gathered firewood and kindling. The crackling flames of my campfire provided a comforting warmth against the encroaching chill of the night. As darkness settled over the forest, a profound silence descended. The rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze and the distant call of nocturnal creatures became the only sounds. I sat beside the fire, mesmerized by the dance of the flames, a sense of tranquility washing over me. Hours passed in quiet contemplation until fatigue finally caught up with me. I retired to my tent, the soft glow of the fire fading as I zipped myself inside the cocoon of nylon and mesh. The forest, once a place of solace, now seemed to close in around me, its ancient secrets whispering on the edges of perception. Just as I began to drift into sleep, a faint sound reached my ears, a murmur, barely audible yet unmistakably human. My heart skipped a beat as I strained to listen, my senses on high alert. The whispers seemed to encircle my tent, soft and indistinct, like the murmurs of a conversation carried on the wind. Fear prickled at the back of my neck. Who could be out there, in the depths of the wilderness at this hour? My mind raced through possibilities: lost hikers, fellow campers, or something more sinister lurking in the shadows. The isolation that had drawn me here now felt oppressive, the darkness beyond my tent door a veil for unseen dangers. I held my breath, listening intently for any clue to the source of the whispers. They ebbed and flowed like the tide, rising to a crescendo before fading into silence. Each rustle of leaves, each crack of a twig underfoot sent shivers down my spine. Unable to bear the uncertainty any longer, I made a decision fueled by primal instinct. I would leave at dawn. The thought of spending another moment alone in the presence of unseen strangers was unbearable. Yet the night stretched on interminably, each minute dragging like an eternity as I waited for the first light of morning. As dawn painted the sky in muted shades of gray, I wasted no time in dismantling my camp. Every rustle of fabric, every snap of a tent pole seemed magnified in the stillness of the morning. The forest, now bathed in the soft light of early morning, held its secrets close, its silence almost suffocating. With trembling hands, I packed my belongings with swift efficiency, the urgency of departure overriding any sense of hesitation. The whispers, though silent now, lingered in the back of my mind, a chilling reminder of the night's unsettling events. I left no trace of my presence, save for fading footprints in the dew-kissed grass. The hike back to civilization was arduous, the weight of unease heavy on my shoulders. Each rustle of leaves or distant cry of a bird sent a jolt of adrenaline through my veins. I dared not look back, fearing what or who might follow in my wake. Upon reaching the trailhead, relief flooded through me like a cleansing tide. The safety of familiar surroundings offered a reprieve from the wilderness's enigmatic embrace. Yet the memory of those haunting whispers lingered, a cautionary tale etched in the fabric of my consciousness. In the days that followed, I grappled with the aftermath of my solitary excursion. Friends and family expressed concern, urging caution in the face of my newfound aversion to solo camping. Their reassurances fell on deaf ears, the allure of solitude overshadowed by the specter of that fateful night. Weeks turned into months, and the memory gradually faded like a dream upon waking. Yet, the vow I had made remained steadfast. I would never again venture into the wilderness alone. The solitude that had once beckoned now held an undercurrent of apprehension, a reminder of the fragile line between serenity and peril. Life resumed its course, albeit with a heightened awareness of the unknown lurking beyond the safety of city limits. I found solace in the company of friends on future outdoor excursions, drawing strength from their presence amid the vastness of nature. The whispers, though relegated to the recesses of memory, served as a poignant reminder of the unpredictability of the wild. They had tested my resolve, leaving an indelible mark on my psyche, a cautionary tale of isolation and the inherent risks that accompany it. As time passed, I came to accept that some experiences are meant to be shared, their essence magnified by the companionship of kindred spirits. The wilderness, once a place of solitary reflection, now held a newfound appreciation for the camaraderie that accompanies shared adventures. And so, I embraced the lessons learned from that solitary night, the fragility of solitude and the resilience found in the company of others. The whispers had faded into the realm of distant memory, yet their echo lingered, a testament to the transformative power of fear and the enduring strength found in community. Story 24. The trail wound its way through the heart of the forest, a labyrinth of towering trees and dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above. It was a crisp autumn morning, the air tinged with the scent of fallen leaves and earth. I had set out early, eager to lose myself in the solitude of nature, a ritual that offered solace from the demands of everyday life. As I hiked, the rhythmic crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional chirp of a bird were my only companions. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, vivid oranges, deep reds, and golden yellows painting a tapestry against the green backdrop of pines. It was a perfect day for reflection and exploration, or so I thought. As I rounded a bend in the trail, a glint of sunlight caught my eye, a rock nestled amidst the roots of an ancient oak tree. Curiosity piqued. I approached and knelt down to examine it. Carved into the rough surface was a message, simple yet chilling in its implication: you're not alone. A shiver ran down my spine as I read the words, their meaning sinking in. Who had left this message and why? The forest suddenly seemed less welcoming, its tranquil facade of iron overshadowed by an unspoken threat. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone watching me from the shadows, but the trail remained empty and still. Heart pounding, I considered my options. Should I continue along the trail, brushing off the message as a prank or a coincidence? Or should I heed its warning and turn back, abandoning my solitary hike in favor of safety? A stubborn resolve took hold of me. I couldn't let fear dictate my actions. Ignoring the unease gnawing at my gut, I pressed on, determined to reach the end of the trail and prove to myself that the message was nothing more than a bizarre occurrence in an otherwise peaceful day. With each step, however, the forest seemed to close in around me, the whispering of leaves and the creaking of branches now carrying an ominous undertone. My senses were on high alert, hyper-aware of every rustle and snap in the underbrush. The once inviting woods now felt like a labyrinth, trapping me in a maze of uncertainty and apprehension. Hours passed, and the trail led deeper into the heart of the forest. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow across the forest floor. Despite my unease, a sense of curiosity drove me forward. What if there was more to the message than met the eye? What if there was a reason someone had felt compelled to leave such a cryptic warning? As I hiked, my mind raced with possibilities. Perhaps the message was a prank orchestrated by a fellow hiker with a twisted sense of humor. Or perhaps it was a remnant of some forgotten tale, a warning from the past that had found its way into the present. Lost in thought, I almost missed it. A subtle change in the surroundings, a shift in the rhythm of the forest. Ahead, nestled among a cluster of rocks, was another message, this one freshly scratched into the stone: watch your step. My breath caught in my throat. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I scanned the area, searching for any sign of movement. Who was out here with me, and why were they leaving these unsettling messages? A sense of urgency propelled me forward. I quickened my pace, navigating the trail with heightened awareness. The forest seemed to press in around me, its secrets and shadows closing in as I followed the trail deeper into the wilderness. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the forest floor. My surroundings grew dimmer, the once bright colors of fall fading into shades of gray and black. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, echoed through the stillness, magnified by the eerie silence that had settled over the woods. And then, just as dusk began to settle, I stumbled upon a clearing, a small, open space bathed in the fading light of day. At its center stood a large rock, its surface marred by scratches and gouges. Carved into it was a final message, chilling in its simplicity: turn back. Fear gripped me like a vice. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for my response. Should I heed the warning and retreat, abandoning my quest for answers? Or should I press on, driven by a stubborn determination to unravel the mystery that had unfolded before me? A primal instinct urged me to flee, to run back along the trail, away from the ominous messages and the unseen presence that seemed to watch me from the shadows. But another voice, quieter yet persistent, whispered of curiosity and the need to confront the unknown. With trembling hands, I reached into my backpack and retrieved my flashlight. Its beam cut through the gathering darkness, illuminating the rock and its cryptic message. Taking a deep breath, I stepped closer, the light revealing intricate details etched into the stone, a map, perhaps, or a symbol of some forgotten significance. As I studied the markings, a realization dawned on me. The messages were not meant to scare me. They were a guide, a warning from someone who had walked this path before. They were meant to protect, to steer me away from danger hidden in the depths of the forest. Heart pounding, I turned away from the rock and retraced my steps along the trail. The forest whispered around me, its secrets still hidden in the shadows. But as I emerged from the woods and back into the fading light of day, I carried with me a newfound respect for the wilderness and the mysteries it held. The hike had left its mark on me, a reminder of the thin line between curiosity and caution, and the profound significance of the messages we encounter along life's journey. And as I drove away, leaving the forest and its unsettling messages behind, I knew that the memory of that day would stay with me, a testament to the power of the unknown and the resilience of the human spirit in the face of uncertainty. Story 28. Babysitting was a routine gig for me during high school, a way to earn some extra cash while getting to know families in the neighborhood. The Thompsons were a friendly couple with two energetic kids, Emily and Jake, who always kept me on my toes with their endless curiosity and boundless energy. One Friday evening, I arrived at the Thompsons' spacious suburban home just as the sun was beginning to set. Mrs. Thompson greeted me at the door with a warm smile and a list of emergency contacts, reassuring me that Emily and Jake were already in bed and shouldn't give me any trouble. "They usually sleep through the night," Mrs. Thompson said, her voice tinged with a touch of exhaustion. "But if they do wake up, just give them some warm milk and read them a story. They'll settle back down." I nodded, accepting the list and waving goodbye as she hurried out the door, calling out final instructions over her shoulder. The house settled into a quiet hum of appliances and the faint ticking of a wall clock as I settled onto the couch with a book, ready for a peaceful evening. Hours passed uneventfully. I checked on Emily and Jake a couple of times, peeking into their rooms to ensure they were sound asleep. Satisfied that all was well, I returned to the living room to resume my reading, the book casting flickering shadows in the dim light. It was nearing midnight when I heard it, a faint rattling noise, like someone trying the front door handle. My heart skipped a beat as I sat up straight, straining to listen. The Thompsons had told me they wouldn't be home until well after midnight, and no one else was expected. I crept towards the front door, my footsteps silent on the plush carpet. The rattling stopped as suddenly as it had begun, leaving only the eerie silence of the house in its wake. Fear prickled at the back of my neck as I hesitated, hand hovering over the doorknob. "Hello," I called out tentatively, my voice barely a whisper. "Is someone there?" There was no response, just the distant hum of traffic outside and the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. I pressed my ear against the door, straining to hear any sign of movement on the other side. Seconds stretched into minutes, each one ticking by with agonizing slowness. Just as I was about to turn away, convinced it had been my imagination, the rattling noise resumed, louder this time, more insistent. Panic surged through me. adrenaline fueling my actions as I reached for my phone to dial 911. My fingers trembled as I punched in the numbers, my eyes fixed on the front door. Before I could hit call, however, the rattling abruptly ceased. I froze, phone in hand, listening intently for any further sounds. The house was silent once more, the only sound my own shaky breathing. Had someone been trying to break in, or was it simply the wind playing tricks? I debated whether to call the police or wake the neighbors for help, but the thought of leaving Emily and Jake alone in the house kept me rooted in place. With trembling hands, I dialed Mr. Thompson's number instead, hoping for reassurance or guidance. Hello, his voice sounded groggy on the other end of the line. Mr. Thompson, it's me, the babysitter, I whispered urgently. I think someone just tried to get into your house. There was a moment of silence on the line, followed by the rustle of movement as Mr. Thompson seemed to wake fully. Are you sure? He asked, his tone serious now. Yes, I replied, my voice trembling. I heard the front door handle rattling, but there's no one supposed to be here. I'm coming home, Mr. Thompson said firmly. Stay inside, lock all the doors and windows and keep the kids with you. I'll be there as soon as I can. Relief washed over me at his words, gratitude mingled with lingering fear. I hurried through the house, checking and double-checking locks on doors and windows, ensuring every possible entry point was secured. Emily and Jake slept peacefully through it all, oblivious to the tension that had settled over the house. Minutes stretched into hours as I waited anxiously for Mr. Thompson's arrival. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant sound outside sent my heart racing. The minutes felt like hours, the darkness outside pressing in on me like a physical weight. Finally, headlights pierced the darkness outside, casting long shadows across the living room carpet. I rushed to the door, relief flooding through me as Mr. Thompson hurried inside, his expression grave but determined. Did you see anyone? He asked, scanning the house with a practiced eye. No, I replied shakily, but I heard them. The front door handle rattling, it was unmistakable. Mr. Thompson nodded, his jaw set in a firm line. Thank you for calling me, he said quietly. You did the right thing. The police arrived shortly afterward, responding to Mr. Thompson's call for assistance. They searched the perimeter of the house, finding no signs of forced entry or lingering intruders. The officers assured us they would patrol the neighborhood more frequently throughout the night, providing some measure of reassurance. As the sky began to lighten with the approaching dawn, Mr. Thompson thanked me again for my vigilance and offered to drive me home. I accepted gratefully, feeling both drained and strangely empowered by the night's events. In the days that followed, the Thompsons installed a more robust security system and took additional precautions to ensure their family's safety. They expressed their gratitude to me repeatedly, insisting that I had handled the situation admirably despite my fear. For me, the experience left a lasting impression, an unsettling reminder of the vulnerability of home and the importance of vigilance, even in the most familiar of surroundings. I continued babysitting for the Thompsons, but the memory of that night lingered, a sobering reminder of the dangers that could lurk just beyond the front door. Story 29. It was a stormy night when I checked into the Silver Sands Motel, a weary traveler seeking respite from the relentless rain that pounded against the windows. The motel, a modest roadside establishment, exuded an air of faded nostalgia, its neon sign flickering in the downpour. The receptionist, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a warm smile, handed me the key to room 12 and wished me a peaceful night's rest. I trudged through the rain to my room, grateful for the shelter from the storm. Inside, the room was dimly lit, furnished with outdated decor that spoke of decades past. The air was musty, tinged with the scent of old cigarette smoke and dampness. Exhausted from the long drive, I quickly settled in for the night. The rain drummed against the roof, a soothing lullaby that soon lulled me into a deep, dreamless sleep. It was the sound that woke me, a faint click, barely audible over the storm. I blinked groggily, disoriented by the darkness and the unfamiliar surroundings. Glancing at the clock, I saw that it was 3 a.m., the witching hour, when the world seemed to hold its breath. I lay still, straining my ears to listen. There was again a soft scraping sound, like metal against metal. Panic fluttered in my chest as I realized the noise was coming from the door. Heart pounding, I sat up in bed and squinted into the darkness. The room was illuminated only by the faint glow of the street lights filtering through the curtains. Shadows danced on the walls, playing tricks on my senses. Then I heard it unmistakably, the sound of a key fumbling in the lock outside. My breath caught in my throat as adrenaline surged through my veins. Someone was trying to unlock my door. I leaped out of bed, my mind racing. Had I forgotten to lock the door? I distinctly remembered turning the key before settling in for the night. Fear gripped me as I fumbled for the bedside lamp, casting a feeble light across the room. As the light flickered to life, I rushed to the door and pressed my ear against it, listening intently. The scraping continued, slow and deliberate, as if whoever was on the other side was trying to be stealthy. My heart hammered in my chest, each beat echoing in my ears. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and anger. There was no response, only the sound of footsteps retreating down the hallway. I hesitated, torn between opening the door to confront whoever was out there and staying safely locked inside. Summoning my courage, I cautiously unlocked the door and peered into the dimly lit hallway. It was empty, devoid of any sign of the intruder. The rain continued to fall outside, a relentless drumbeat that underscored the eerie silence. Heart still racing, I hurriedly closed and locked the door, securing the latch with trembling hands. Every nerve in my body was on edge, my senses hyper-aware of every creak and whisper in the night. I considered calling the front desk or the police, but what would I tell them? Someone had tried to enter my room, but there was no evidence, no intruder to confront. I paced the room restlessly, my mind racing with possibilities. Hours passed in tense vigilance, the storm outside finally easing into a gentle patter. Dawn broke slowly, casting a pale light through the curtains. Exhausted and shaken, I resolved to check out of the motel as soon as possible. At the front desk, I recounted the night's events to the elderly receptionist. She listened intently, her brow furrowed with concern. After a moment of thoughtful silence, she apologized profusely, assuring me that such incidents were rare at the Silver Sands Motel. "I'll make a note of it," she said, jotting down a few hurried words on a notepad. "We'll keep an eye on things." I thanked her, my voice hollow with lingering unease. As I drove away from the motel, the image of the door being unlocked haunted me, a chilling reminder of vulnerability in the dead of night. In the days that followed, I found myself glancing over my shoulder, wary of every unfamiliar noise and shadow. The memory of that night stayed with me, a lingering unease that made it difficult to sleep soundly. I never learned who had tried to enter my room that stormy night at the Silver Sands Motel, but the experience left an indelible mark, a cautionary tale of the thin veil that separates safety from vulnerability in the solitude of a roadside motel room. Story 30. It had been a lively evening, filled with laughter, music, and the warm camaraderie of friends at a party in the heart of the city. As the night wound down, I bid farewell to my hosts and stepped out into the cool night air, the echoes of music and conversation fading behind me. The streets were dimly lit, bathed in the soft glow of street lamps that cast long shadows across the pavement. I walked with purpose, my footsteps echoing in the quiet solitude of the late hour. The city, normally bustling and vibrant, seemed to slumber peacefully under the watchful gaze of the moon. As I turned a corner, I became aware of a presence behind me, a faint rustling of footsteps, too deliberate to be mere coincidence. Instinctively, I quickened my pace, nerves tingling with unease. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw a group of men emerging from the shadows, their figures looming larger with each step. "Hey, sweetheart, were you off to?" one of them called out, his voice slurred with alcohol and bravado. Laughter erupted from the group, a cacophony that sent a chill down my spine. I ignored them, heart pounding in my chest as I veered off the main street, seeking the safety of more populated areas. The men followed, their footsteps echoing ominously behind me. Panic surged through me, a primal instinct urging me to flee, but I knew I had to stay composed, to find a way out of this precarious situation. "Come on, don't be like that," another voice chimed in, closer now, their words laced with an unsettling mix of mockery and entitlement. "We just want to talk, sweetheart." I dared not look back, focusing instead on navigating the labyrinthine streets, searching desperately for signs of life, a lit storefront, a passing car, anything that could offer refuge from the encroaching darkness. The city, usually a haven of familiarity, now seemed alien and hostile, its alleys and corners concealing unseen threats. I cursed myself for not arranging a ride home, for underestimating the dangers that lurked in the shadows of the night. With each passing minute, the men's taunts grew bolder, their footsteps closing in like predators stalking prey. I felt exposed, vulnerable in the solitude of the deserted streets. Fear gripped me, a suffocating weight that threatened to overwhelm reason and resolve. Suddenly, a beacon of hope, a distant glow of neon lights ahead, marking the entrance to a late-night diner. Summoning every ounce of courage, I quickened my pace, praying that safety awaited inside. As I approached the diner, relief flooded through me. I darted inside, the door chiming softly behind me, a barrier against the men who lingered outside, their voices fading into the background. The diner was a sanctuary, a haven of warmth and familiarity amidst the uncertainty of the night. I approached the counter, my hands trembling as I dialed the police, explaining the harrowing ordeal that had unfolded on my walk home. The dispatcher assured me that officers were on their way, urging me to stay inside until they arrived. I complied, taking refuge in a corner booth where I could keep watch on the entrance, heart still racing with the lingering adrenaline of the chase. The minutes stretched into eternity as I waited, every passing moment weighed down by the fear of what might have been. Had I not found sanctuary in the diner, what fate would have awaited me at the hands of those men? Finally, the reassuring sight of flashing lights and the sound of sirens pierced the night. Police officers entered the diner, their presence a comforting reassurance of safety restored. I recounted the events, describing the men who had followed me, their faces etched in my memory with chilling clarity. Outside, the officers dispersed to search the area, their flashlights cutting through the darkness in pursuit of the men who had vanished into the night. I prayed for their swift apprehension, for justice to prevail against those who had threatened my safety and peace of mind. As dawn broke, casting a pale glow over the city, I emerged from the diner, escorted by an officer to ensure my safe return home. The streets, now bathed in the soft light of morning, felt less menacing, their familiar contours a stark contrast to the shadows that had concealed danger just hours before. The incident left an indelible mark, a reminder of vulnerability in a world where safety was never guaranteed, where the line between safety and peril blurred under the cover of darkness. I resolved to be more vigilant, to trust my instincts and seek safety in numbers, to never again underestimate the risks that lurked in the anonymity of city streets at night. In the weeks that followed, news of arrests brought a measure of closure, though the memory of that fateful night lingered, a cautionary tale of resilience and vigilance in the face of danger, a testament to the strength found in seeking help and standing against fear. Story 31. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the dense woods surrounding my small campsite. Nestled in a clearing among the towering pines, my tent stood as a solitary beacon in the fading light. I had chosen this spot for its seclusion, hoping to escape the hustle of daily life for a few days of peaceful solitude in nature. As night fell, the forest came alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures rustling leaves, distant hoots of owls, and the occasional snap of a twig under unseen paws. Despite the usual cacophony, there was something unsettling about the rhythm of the night. An eerie stillness seemed to settle over the woods, broken only by sporadic rustlings that sent shivers down my spine. I busied myself with camp chores, trying to distract from the unease creeping into my thoughts. Cooking dinner over a crackling fire helped ease my nerves, the warmth and routine providing a semblance of comfort. Yet, as I settled into my sleeping bag later that night, a lingering sense of unease persisted. It was well past midnight when I was jolted awake by a faint, rhythmic sound. At first, I dismissed it as the wind playing tricks through the trees. But as the sound persisted, I realized it was something different. A soft, deliberate scraping noise, almost like someone tracing circles around my tent. Heart pounding, I lay frozen in the darkness, straining my ears against the canvas walls. The noises continued, each circle seeming to draw closer to where I lay. Fear clenched my chest as I debated whether to call out, unsure of who or what might be outside. The minutes stretched into an eternity until, abruptly, the sound ceased. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the thud of my racing heartbeat. Unable to bear the tension any longer, I fumbled for my flashlight and cautiously unzipped the tent flap. The night air greeted me with a chill as I shone the beam into the darkness. At first there was nothing but the swaying branches and a carpet of fallen leaves. Then, just beyond the edge of the clearing, I saw them, fresh footprints imprinted in the soft earth, encircling my campsite in a deliberate pattern. Adrenaline surged through my veins as I knelt to examine the prints. They were large, human-like, but oddly elongated and misshapen, as though whoever, whatever, had left them had walked on tiptoe with a stride that defied natural proportions. Each print was deep, suggesting weight and purpose behind every step. My mind raced with possibilities. Were these tracks left by a local hiker, lost and curious about my camp? Or was it something more sinister, a creature lurking in the darkness, drawn by the scent of my fire and the warmth of my presence? With trembling hands, I hastily packed my belongings, fueled equally by fear and curiosity. The night seemed to press in around me, suffocating with its silence broken only by the occasional rustle in the underbrush. Every sound, every shadow felt charged with unseen eyes watching my every move. Dawn broke slowly, casting a pale light over the clearing. The footprints, stark in the morning sun, confirmed my fears. They were real, not a figment of my imagination. I traced the prints with cautious steps, following their circuitous path around my abandoned campsite. As I reached the opposite side of the clearing, a sudden rustling drew my attention upwards. There, caught in the branches of a nearby tree, hung a torn fragment of fabric, a scrap of denim, snagged and fluttering in the gentle breeze. Its presence confirmed that someone or something had been watching me, perhaps from the very moment I had pitched my tent. With a mixture of relief and lingering dread, I hurriedly packed the last of my gear and left the clearing behind. The forest seemed to exhale a sigh of relief as I retreated, leaving behind the mystery of the night and the unsettling presence that had haunted me. To this day, I cannot say with certainty what prowled around my camp that night. The footprints in the torn fabric remain as the only tangible evidence of an encounter that defied rational explanation. Yet the memory lingers, a reminder that in the depths of the wilderness, there are forces and beings that defy understanding, lurking just beyond the flickering light of our campfires. Story 32. The small hotel nestled at the edge of town seemed charming during the day, its quaint facade and welcoming atmosphere luring travelers seeking a quiet retreat. Yet, as night fell and shadows lengthened, it transformed into a place where every creak and rustle seemed amplified in the silence. I checked into my room late in the evening, exhausted from a day of driving through winding roads and mist-laden valleys. The receptionist had been friendly but distant, her eyes darting nervously towards the window before handing over the key. I dismissed it as fatigue playing tricks on my mind. The room itself was cozy, adorned with floral wallpaper that whispered tales of a bygone era. I settled into bed, grateful for the warmth of the thick comforter against the chilly night air seeping through the ancient windows. Despite my weariness, sleep eluded me. The minutes ticked by, then hours, marked by the distant hoot of an owl or the occasional rustle of leaves. Just as I began to drift into a fitful doze, I heard it. A soft, rhythmic sound, like someone breathing gently outside my window. My heart quickened, the hairs on my arms standing on end. I strained to listen, hoping it was merely the wind playing tricks, but the breaths continued, steady and deliberate. With trembling hands, I reached for the bedside lamp, hesitating before flicking it on. The room flooded with light, banishing the shadows that had seemed to gather in the corners. I threw open the curtains, expecting to confront a prankster or perhaps a curious animal. Yet, the night outside was serene, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, with no sign of any living creature. Confusion mingled with a growing sense of unease. Had exhaustion finally caught up with me, conjuring phantom sounds from the silence? I tried to convince myself it was nothing, that my mind was simply playing tricks. But as I extinguished the lamp and settled back into bed, the breathing returned, subtle, insistent, undeniably real. Fear gnawed at me, a primal instinct urging flight or fight. I considered calling the front desk, but what could I say? That I heard breathing where there was no one. They would dismiss me as a paranoid traveler, another victim of the hotel's eerie charm. Hours passed in a haze of restless vigilance. Each time I convinced myself the sounds had ceased, they returned with renewed persistence. The breathing took on a haunting quality, as though it carried a message only I could hear, a plea, a warning, or perhaps something more sinister. Dawn broke reluctantly, casting feeble light through the window blinds. Exhausted yet relieved, I ventured outside, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the room. The hotel staff greeted me with polite smiles, oblivious to the night's ordeal that had left me shaken and sleepless. I spent the day exploring the quaint town, seeking solace in its familiar streets and bustling cafes. Yet, a sense of unease lingered like a shadow at my heels. I couldn't shake the feeling that something unseen had watched me from the darkness, its presence palpable yet invisible. That evening, I returned to the hotel with trepidation, half expecting the breathing to resume its haunting melody. The receptionist greeted me warmly, her demeanor unchanged from the night before. I hesitated, on the verge of recounting my experience, but the words caught in my throat. Back in my room, I locked the door and drew the curtains tightly shut. I paced the floor, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. Every sound, the creak of floorboards, the whisper of curtains, sent a shiver down my spine. As night descended once more, I resolved to confront whatever lurked beyond the window pane. With trembling hands, I pulled back the curtain, half expecting to find a face pressed against the glass. Yet the view was empty, the night serene and undisturbed. I leaned closer, straining to hear any hint of the elusive breathing. Silence greeted me, broken only by the distant hum of traffic and the faint rustle of leaves. Had I imagined it all, a trick of tired senses and overactive imagination? Just as doubt began to cloud my thoughts, a soft exhale echoed through the room, chilling me to the bone. I turned, heart racing, to find nothing but empty space behind me. Panic surged, an irrational fear gripping me in its icy embrace. In a desperate bid for sanity, I grabbed my belongings and fled the room, leaving behind the eerie breathing that had haunted me through the night. The receptionist looked up in surprise as I stumbled past, my mind reeling with unanswered questions and unspoken fears. Outside, the cool night air revived me, clearing the fog of uncertainty that had clouded my thoughts. I hurried away from the hotel, haunted by the inexplicable encounter that defied logic and reason. To this day, I wonder what whispered through the darkness that night. A lingering spirit, a trick of the mind, or something far more sinister lurking in the shadows of that small, unsuspecting hotel. Story 33. The cabin nestled deep in the woods was a refuge from the noise of everyday life. Surrounded by towering pines and a serene lake, it seemed like the perfect escape. For me, an avid hiker and lover of solitude, it was paradise. Little did I know, this weekend would become a chilling tale etched in my memory forever. Arriving late Friday afternoon, I unlocked the weathered wooden door and stepped into the dimly lit interior. The air was musty with a hint of pine, and dust particles danced in the slanting rays of the setting sun filtering through the windows. The cabin was rustic, yet charming, with its stone fireplace, cozy armchairs, and an old wooden dining table that looked like it had hosted countless meals. After unpacking my essentials, I decided to explore the area before darkness fell. The woods beckoned, promising secrets to be discovered under their canopy. I wandered along a narrow trail that wound through the trees, relishing the crunch of leaves underfoot and the whisper of wind through branches. As twilight approached, I retraced my steps back to the cabin. That night, after a simple dinner of canned soup heated over the fire, I settled into bed, lulled by the crackling of embers and the distant hoot of an owl. Just as sleep began to claim me, a faint noise pulled me back to wakefulness, a soft scraping sound, like something being dragged across wood. Heart pounding, I sat up and strained my ears. Silence enveloped the cabin, broken only by the occasional creak of settling timber. Convinced it was my imagination, I dismissed it and tried to sleep again. The next morning dawned crisp and clear. Determined to shake off my unease from the night before, I brewed a strong cup of coffee and stepped outside onto the porch. The lake shimmered in the early light, a mirror reflecting the cloudless sky above. Nature seemed peaceful, untouched by the strange disturbance of the previous night. As I sipped my coffee, I noticed something odd. A window on the side of the cabin, obscured by years of neglect, bore a message written in the thick layer of dust: "Get out." Chills raced down my spine as I approached the window. Who would write such a thing? Was it a prank, or was there someone else out here with me? I scanned the surroundings, half expecting to see someone watching from the trees, but the forest was empty, save for the rustling of leaves in the breeze. I hesitated, torn between curiosity and a growing sense of unease. Eventually, curiosity won out. Grabbing a rag from the kitchen, I wiped away the message, erasing the ominous words from sight. Perhaps it was an old message left by a previous visitor, a joke in poor taste. Trying to rationalize it helped calm my nerves. Throughout the day, I hiked the trails, capturing photos of the stunning landscape and immersing myself in the solitude I had sought. Yet, despite the beauty around me, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Several times I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone behind me, but the woods remained as silent and still as ever. That night, unease settled over me like a heavy blanket. I built up the fire in the fireplace, hoping its warmth would dispel the chill that seemed to seep into my bones. As I sat by the crackling flames, reading by the flickering light of an old lantern, I thought I heard footsteps outside, a soft padding that stopped abruptly, as if whoever it was had realized I could hear them. Heart racing, I rose and moved to the window, peering into the darkness. Moonlight filtered through the branches, casting eerie shadows on the ground. For a moment I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Then, movement caught my eye, a fleeting shadow darting between the trees, too swift to be a trick of the light. Fear clenched my chest. Should I call for help? But who would hear me out here? I decided to wait, hoping it was just an animal, perhaps a deer or a fox. Eventually, exhaustion overtook my fear, and I retreated to bed, leaving the lantern burning low beside me. Sleep came fitfully, disturbed by dreams of shadowy figures and whispered warnings. Each time I woke, I listened intently for any sound outside, but the night remained quiet, save for the occasional hoot of an owl or the distant rustle of leaves. Morning brought relief tinged with apprehension. Packing my belongings hastily, I resolved to leave the cabin behind. The beauty of the wilderness no longer held its allure. Instead, it felt like a place of secrets, of messages left unseen until they were needed most. As I drove away from the cabin, dust billowing behind me on the gravel road, I glanced back one last time. The cabin stood silent amidst the trees, a solitary sentinel in the vast wilderness. And though I knew I might never return, the memory of that haunting message in the dust would linger, a reminder that some places hold more than just memories. They hold secrets best left undisturbed. Story 34. The remote cabin nestled deep in the woods had been my escape from the chaos of city life. A place where the only sounds were the rustling of leaves in the wind and the gentle lapping of the nearby lake against its shores. It was a sanctuary, a haven of peace and solitude that I cherished, especially on weekends when I needed to recharge. One such weekend, I arrived at the cabin late on Friday evening, unlocking the door with a sense of anticipation. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Inside, the cabin was cozy and inviting, illuminated by the soft glow of a few lanterns I had brought along. A fire crackled in the stone fireplace, casting flickering shadows across the wooden walls. I settled in quickly, unpacking my belongings and stoking the fire to ward off the evening chill. The cabin had no electricity or running water, but that was part of its charm. It was a place to disconnect from the outside world and reconnect with nature. After a simple dinner of canned soup and bread, I retired to bed, lulled to sleep by the rhythmic crackling of the fire and the soothing symphony of nocturnal sounds outside. The night passed peacefully, undisturbed by anything out of the ordinary. But shortly after 3 a.m., I was jolted awake by a sound, a series of soft knocks on the cabin door. My heart skipped a beat, and I lay there in the darkness, listening intently. The knocking came again, faint but unmistakable, echoing through the silent cabin. I sat up slowly, my senses on high alert. Who could be knocking at this hour in the middle of nowhere? I reached for the lantern beside my bed, hands trembling slightly as I lit it. The soft glow illuminated the room, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. With cautious steps, I made my way to the front door, my heart pounding in my chest. The knocking continued, growing slightly louder with each passing moment. I paused, my hand hovering over the doorknob, hesitating. Should I open it? Was it safe? Summoning my courage, I turned the knob and pulled the door open slowly, peering into the darkness outside. Moonlight filtered through the trees, casting eerie patterns on the forest floor. but there was no one there, just the quiet rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. Confused and unnerved, I stepped outside, scanning the area around the cabin. The night was still and cold, the air carrying a hint of dampness from the nearby lake. I called out tentatively, "Hello, is anyone there?" No answer came, only the echo of my own voice fading into the night. I shivered, suddenly aware of how isolated I was out here, miles from the nearest neighbor or civilization. The knocking had been real, I was sure of it, but now there was no trace of whoever or whatever had caused it. I retreated back inside the cabin, locking the door behind me with shaking hands. I paced restlessly, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Could it have been an animal, perhaps a curious raccoon or deer? But no, the knocking had been too deliberate, too rhythmic to be the work of an animal. As I sat by the dwindling fire, I considered my options. Should I call someone? The nearest town was a good hour's drive away, and at this hour there was little chance of finding help. Besides, what would I tell them? That I heard knocking on my cabin door and now it was gone. Exhausted and unnerved, I eventually returned to bed, but sleep eluded me. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of the wind outside made me jump, my nerves frayed by the unexplained disturbance. Hours passed slowly, the darkness seeming to stretch on endlessly. With the first light of dawn, I ventured outside again, hoping to find some clue to the previous night's events. The ground around the cabin was undisturbed, no footprints or signs of anyone else's presence. It was as if the knocking had never happened, as if I had dreamed the whole thing. But I knew I hadn't dreamed it. The memory was too vivid, too real. Someone or something had knocked on my door in the dead of night and then vanished without a trace. For the remainder of my stay at the cabin, I remained on edge, constantly on alert for any further disturbances. But the days passed without incident, the tranquility of the woods gradually soothing my frazzled nerves. By the time I packed up to leave, I had almost convinced myself that the knocking had been a figment of my imagination, a trick of the wind or the creaking of old wood. Yet, as I drove away from the cabin, leaving behind the peaceful solitude of the forest, a lingering unease remained. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been visited that night, not by a person or an animal, but by something else, something unseen and inexplicable. To this day, I'm haunted by the memory of those soft, insistent knocks echoing through the darkness, a reminder of the mysteries that lurk in the quiet corners of the world. And though I've returned to the cabin since then, I've never experienced anything like it again. Some mysteries, it seems, are destined to remain unsolved, etched into the fabric of memory, waiting to be revisited with each flicker of firelight and whisper of wind in the trees. Story 35. Babysitting had always been a familiar routine for me, a way to earn extra money while helping out families in the neighborhood. I prided myself on being responsible and attentive, qualities that had earned me regular jobs with families like the Thompsons, who lived in a quiet cul-de-sac lined with well-kept homes and friendly neighbors. It was a Saturday evening when I arrived at the Thompsons' house. Mrs. Thompson greeted me at the door with a warm smile and a quick rundown of the evening's plans. Dinner was in the fridge, bedtime was at 9 p.m., and emergency numbers were prominently displayed on the fridge. With a reassuring pat on my shoulder, she and Mr. Thompson headed out for a dinner date, leaving me in charge of their two children, Sarah and Tommy. Sarah, at 12 years old, was mature for her age and always eager to help out. Tommy, just 8, was full of energy and had a mischievous streak that often led to playful antics around the house. As the evening began, we settled into our routine dinner, followed by games and a movie before bedtime. The house was cozy and familiar, filled with the comforting hum of appliances and the soft glow of lamps casting gentle shadows across the living room. Sarah and Tommy were engrossed in a board game at the kitchen table while I kept an eye on the stove, stirring a pot of spaghetti sauce as it simmered. As the evening wore on and bedtime approached, I helped the children with their nightly routine, brushing teeth, reading bedtime stories, and tucking them into bed with reassuring hugs. With promises of sweet dreams, I turned off the lights and retreated downstairs to the living room. The house settled into a quiet stillness, broken only by the soft ticking of the clock on the mantel. I curled up on the couch, a book in hand, and tried to relax into the peaceful solitude of the Thompsons' home. It was nearing 10:30 p.m. When I first heard it, a faint tapping sound against the window behind me. I froze, my heart skipping a beat as I turned slowly to face the source of the noise. The curtains were drawn, but I could see the silhouette of someone standing outside, their face pressed against the glass. My breath caught in my throat, a surge of fear gripping me as I stared at the figure outside. The dim light from the living room cast shadows across their features, obscuring their identity but revealing enough to send a chill down my spine. It was a man, his breath fogging the glass as he peered inside with an unsettling intensity. Without thinking, I scrambled for my phone, fingers shaking as I dialed 911. The dispatcher answered quickly, her voice calm and reassuring as I struggled to explain the situation. I described the man outside the window, his presence sending waves of anxiety through me as I waited for help to arrive. "Stay calm," the dispatcher urged. "Officers are on their way." I clutched the phone to my ear, eyes never leaving the man's silhouette outside. He seemed to sense my urgency, his movements becoming more erratic as he glanced around the yard, as if debating his next move. Minutes stretched into eternity as I waited, the sound of approaching sirens a welcome relief. Red and blue lights flashed through the windows, casting an eerie glow across the living room as police cars pulled up in front of the house. I rushed to the door, relief flooding through me as officers emerged, their presence a reassuring sight in the midst of my fear. I hurriedly unlocked the door and stepped outside, pointing toward the window where the man had been. The officers fanned out, flashlights in hand, as they searched the perimeter of the house and scanned the yard for any sign of the intruder. "He was right there," I stammered, my voice trembling as I recounted the events of the past few minutes. "I saw him at the window, and then he ran off when I called you." The officers listened attentively, their expressions serious as they checked the area for any clues or evidence left behind. One of them approached the window, examining the glass for fingerprints or marks, while another questioned me about what I had seen. He didn't say anything, the officer asked, jotting down notes in a small notepad. I shook my head, my thoughts still reeling from the adrenaline rush of the encounter. "No, just the tapping and then his face pressed against the glass." The officers completed their search, finding no trace of the man in the yard or surrounding area. They assured me that patrols would be increased in the neighborhood and advised me to keep the doors and windows locked until the Thompsons returned home. With their departure, the house seemed quieter than ever, the once familiar surroundings now tinged with an unsettling sense of vulnerability. I paced anxiously through the rooms, checking locks and peering out windows as I waited for Mrs. Thompson's call confirming their arrival. When they finally returned home, their faces were a mix of concern and relief as I recounted the night's events. They thanked me profusely for handling the situation calmly and reassured me that they would be installing additional security measures in the coming days. In the aftermath of that unsettling night, the Thompsons' neighborhood remained on edge, the incident a stark reminder of the vulnerability that lurked behind closed doors. I found myself haunted by the memory of the man's face pressed against the window, his presence a chilling reminder of how quickly a routine evening could turn into a heart-pounding ordeal. As I left the Thompsons' house that night, the sound of their grateful voices echoing in my ears, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief mingled with lingering unease. The man outside the window had disappeared into the night, leaving behind a mystery that remained unsolved, a reminder that safety was never guaranteed, even in the quietest of neighborhoods. Story 36. The city stretched out below me like a sprawling blanket of lights as I sat at my desk, the glow from my computer screen casting long shadows across the empty office. It was past midnight, and I was one of the few remaining souls in the building, caught in the relentless grip of deadlines and unfinished reports. Working late was nothing new to me. As a financial analyst, crunching numbers and analyzing data often meant burning the midnight oil. The office, typically bustling with activity during the day, transformed into a quiet, almost eerie space after hours. Yet tonight felt different, a subtle shift in the air that left me on edge. I rubbed my tired eyes and glanced at the clock, 1:30 a.m. A sigh escaped my lips as I leaned back in my chair, fingers tapping absent-mindedly on the keyboard. Outside, the city was winding down, the distant hum of traffic a steady background drone. Inside, the office was a cocoon of artificial light and oppressive silence. And then I heard it faint, almost imperceptible at first. Footsteps. Soft, muffled footsteps echoing down the corridor outside my office. My heart skipped a beat as I froze, straining to listen over the hum of the air conditioning. I frowned, perplexed. Wasn't I supposed to be the only one left on this floor? Everyone else had left hours ago, their desks abandoned and their computers powered down. The building was supposed to be empty. I dismissed the sound as my imagination playing tricks on me, a side effect of exhaustion and too many late nights. But as the footsteps drew nearer, growing louder with each passing second, I couldn't ignore the creeping sense of unease that settled over me like a suffocating blanket. I stood slowly, my chair squeaking softly against the tiled floor. The footsteps were unmistakable now, coming closer with purposeful intent. Someone or something was approaching my office. I peered cautiously into the dimly lit corridor, half expecting to see a security guard making their rounds. But the corridor was empty, bathed in the sterile glow of fluorescent lights. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until they seemed to be just outside my office door. My pulse quickened, adrenaline flooding my veins as I braced myself for the inevitable confrontation. I glanced at my phone, debating whether to call security or investigate on my own. Before I could decide, the footsteps abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Heart hammering in my chest, I stepped cautiously into the corridor, my senses on high alert. The air seemed charged with an inexplicable energy, a palpable tension that prickled at the back of my neck. I walked slowly, methodically down the hallway, checking each office and cubicle for any sign of movement. Nothing. The offices were dark and empty, desks neatly organized and chairs pushed in. It was as if the footsteps had never been there, a fleeting echo in the stillness of the night. I retraced my steps back to my office, uncertainty gnawing at my resolve. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was stress finally getting the better of me, manifesting in auditory hallucinations and paranoid delusions? As I reached my office door, a chill swept through me, causing me to shiver, despite the warmth of the office. I hesitated, hand hovering over the doorknob, a sense of foreboding tightening in my chest. And then I heard it again, a soft whisper, barely audible over the hum of the air conditioning. My name, clear and unmistakable, spoken in a voice that sent a shiver down my spine. I whirled around, heart pounding in my ears. The corridor was empty, the silence oppressive and suffocating. Sweat beaded on my brow as I struggled to make sense of what was happening. "Hello," I called out tentatively, my voice echoing down the empty hallway. "Is anyone there?" No response. Only silence greeted my ears, broken only by the distant hum of the city outside. With trembling hands, I stepped back into my office and shut the door behind me, locking it with a decisive click. I sank into my chair, mind racing with 1,000 unanswered questions. Who or what had spoken my name? Was it a prank, a trick of the mind, or something far more sinister? I glanced at the clock. 2 a.m. Hours stretched before me like an eternity as I sat in the dimly lit office, eyes darting nervously around the room. Every creak of the building, every gust of wind rattling the windows, sent a jolt of fear through me. I reached for my phone, hands trembling as I dialed the security office. The phone rang twice before a tired voice answered on the other end. "This is security. How can I help you?" My voice shook as I explained what had happened. The footsteps, the whisper. The security guard listened patiently, his tone skeptical yet reassuring. "We'll send someone up to check it out," he said finally. "Stay in your office and keep the door locked." Relief flooded through me as I hung up the phone, reassured by the promise of help on the way. I leaned back in my chair, eyes closing briefly as I waited for security to arrive. Minutes ticked by slowly, each one dragging like an eternity. The office remained silent, the only sound the steady ticking of the clock on the wall. I glanced at my computer screen, the unfinished report glaring back at me in silent accusation. And then I heard it again, a soft, insistent tapping coming from the direction of my desk. My eyes snapped open, heart leaping into my throat as I stared at the empty office around me. The tapping grew louder, more urgent, as if someone or something was trying to get my attention. I stood slowly, every nerve on edge as I approached my desk, heart hammering in my chest. There, lying on the polished wood surface, was a single sheet of paper. I reached for it cautiously, hands trembling as I unfolded the crisp white sheet. "Don't look back." The words were written in elegant script, the ink still wet as if freshly penned. A chill swept through me, icy tendrils of fear tightening their grip on my heart. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing behind me, watching with unseen eyes. But the office remained empty, the silence unbroken save for the soft hum of the air conditioning. With trembling hands, I picked up the phone and dialed security again, my voice barely above a whisper. "Please," I pleaded, panic rising in my chest. "Hurry." As I waited for help to arrive, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes followed my every move. The night stretched on, endless and suffocating, as I prayed for the safety of dawn and the reassurance of daylight. The office building, once a sanctuary of productivity and routine, had become a labyrinth of shadows and unanswered questions. And somewhere in the darkness, a presence lingered, its intentions unknown and its presence undeniable. I vowed to never work late again, to heed the warnings whispered in the silence of the night. For in the solitude of that empty office I had encountered something beyond explanation, something that defied reason and tested the limits of my courage. And as the first rays of dawn broke through the windows, casting long shadows across the floor, I knew that some mysteries were better left unsolved, some whispers better left unheard. Story 37. The trail wound its way through the heart of the forest, a narrow path flanked by towering trees that stretched towards the sky like ancient sentinels. Shafts of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, dappling the ground with patches of golden light. It was a serene afternoon, the kind that lured hikers like myself into the embrace of nature's tranquility. I had chosen this solo hike as a chance to escape the bustle of city life, seeking solace in the quiet solitude of the wilderness. The crisp air was tinged with the earthy scent of pine needles and the faint murmur of a nearby stream. creating a peaceful symphony that echoed through the forest. As I trekked deeper into the woods, the cares of everyday life faded into the background, replaced by the rhythmic crunch of gravel beneath my boots and the occasional rustle of wildlife hidden among the underbrush. It was during one of these tranquil moments, when I paused to catch my breath and take in the beauty of my surroundings, that I stumbled upon it, a message carved into the trunk of a massive oak tree. "You're next." The words were etched deeply into the bark, each letter stark against the weathered wood. My heart skipped a beat as I read them, a chill creeping up my spine despite the warmth of the afternoon sun. Who could have written such a menacing message, and what did it mean? I approached the tree cautiously, studying the carving with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. The edges were rough, as if the letters had been gouged into the tree with a sharp object, a knife, perhaps, or some other makeshift tool. There was an ominous weight to the message, its meaning unclear but undeniably threatening. As I stood there, my mind raced through possible explanations. Was it a prank, the work of mischievous teenagers seeking to spook unsuspecting hikers? Or was there something more sinister at play, a warning, perhaps, or a declaration of intent from someone who knew I would come across it? The forest around me seemed to close in, the once welcoming trees now casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. I glanced around nervously, half expecting to see someone lurking among the trees, watching and waiting. But there was nothing, just the stillness of the woods and the distant call of a bird overhead. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. There had to be a rational explanation for the message, a simple prank or a moment of dark humor that had spiraled into an unsettling encounter. Yet, despite my attempts at reassurance, the words lingered in my mind like a haunting refrain. With a sense of unease settling over me, I reluctantly continued along the trail, the once familiar path now tinged with an undercurrent of dread. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig underfoot sent my heart racing, my senses on high alert for any sign of danger. The afternoon sun began its slow descent towards the horizon, casting long shadows that stretched across the forest floor. I quickened my pace, a sense of urgency driving me forward as I sought to put distance between myself and the ominous message carved into the tree. But no matter how far I walked, the words echoed in my mind, refusing to be ignored. As dusk settled over the forest, I found myself at a crossroads, a fork in the trail that offered two paths, each disappearing into the darkness of the trees beyond. I hesitated, uncertainty gnawing at my resolve as I weighed my options. Which path should I take, and would it lead me further from or closer to whatever, or whoever, had left that chilling message behind? In the end, I chose the path to the right, a decision made more out of instinct than reason. The trail wound its way through thick undergrowth, the trees crowding in around me like silent sentinels. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the faint scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a stark contrast to the warmth of the afternoon sun. I walked for what felt like hours, the forest closing in around me with each passing step. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow elongated into a potential threat. And then, just as my resolve began to waver, I stumbled upon another tree, a smaller, younger oak, its trunk bearing a new message carved into the bark. Not today. The words were stark and defiant, a stark contrast to the ominous warning that had greeted me earlier. Relief flooded through me, mingled with confusion and a lingering sense of unease. Who had written this message, and what did they mean by not today? I studied the carving with a mix of gratitude and lingering apprehension, my mind racing through possibilities. Was it the same person who had left the first message, or was this a different voice, a protector, perhaps, watching over the woods and those who ventured within? As I stood there lost in thought, a rustling in the underbrush snapped me back to reality. I spun around, heart racing as I scanned the trees for any sign of movement, but there was nothing, just the stillness of the forest and the fading light of day. With a deep breath, I continued along the trail, the words of both messages echoing in my mind. The encounter had shaken me, reminding me of the unpredictable nature of the wilderness and the mysteries that lurked within its depths. As I emerged from the forest, the last rays of sunlight painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, I glanced back at the trees one last time. The messages carved into their trunks stood as silent sentinels, their meaning still unclear but their impact undeniable. And as I drove away, leaving the remote trail behind me, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been granted a glimpse into a world where danger and protection coexisted, a world where every step could lead to discovery or to the unknown. Story 38. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when I pulled into a deserted rest stop along the winding highway. The rest stop, nestled among towering pine trees, seemed like any other, a small oasis of convenience for weary travelers. I parked my car near the vending machines and stretched my legs, grateful for a break after hours of driving alone. As I walked towards the restroom, a man emerged from a beat-up sedan parked nearby. He was tall and slender, with weathered features and a hesitant smile. He approached me cautiously, his eyes scanning the area as if searching for something or someone. "Excuse me," he called out, his voice surprisingly soft amidst the rustling leaves. "Could you help me with directions?" I turned towards him, noting the slight edge of uncertainty in his tone. "Sure," I replied, trying to appear friendly yet cautious. "Where are you headed?" He hesitated for a moment, as if debating how much to reveal. "I'm trying to get to a friend's house in the next town," he finally explained, his gaze shifting between me and his car. I nodded, feeling a twinge of sympathy for his predicament. "All right, which town is it?" As he described the route he needed to take, I noticed his questions gradually veering into more personal territory. He asked about my plans, where I was coming from, and how long I had been on the road. Each question seemed innocuous on its own, but collectively they raised a flicker of unease. Trying to maintain a polite demeanor, I answered vaguely, keeping the conversation focused on the directions he needed. Yet, with each passing minute, his inquiries became increasingly probing, his eyes studying me intently, as if searching for something beyond mere information. "Are you traveling alone?" he asked suddenly, his voice dropping to a whisper. The question caught me off guard, sending a chill down my spine. Instinctively, I took a step back, my hand unconsciously reaching for the pepper spray in my pocket. Yeah, I stammered, my mind racing with alarm, but I need to get going soon." His smile faltered for a moment, replaced by a fleeting expression of disappointment. "Oh, of course," he muttered, his gaze dropping to the ground. "I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable." Unease settled over me like a cloak, the solitude of the rest stop suddenly feeling more oppressive than serene. I glanced around nervously, noting the absence of other travelers, a realization that sent a jolt of anxiety through me. "I should really get back to my car," I said abruptly, taking a step backwards. He nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. "Right, I understand. Thank you for your help." As I turned away, his voice stopped me in my tracks. "Wait," he called out softly. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Slowly, cautiously, I turned back to face him. "I'm sorry if I upset you," he said earnestly, his tone tinged with regret. "I didn't mean to intrude. It's been a rough day." His words held a hint of vulnerability that caught me off guard. Despite my unease, a surge of empathy softened my stance. "It's okay," I replied cautiously, my grip on the pepper spray easing slightly. "Just be careful. All right." He nodded solemnly, his shoulders sagging with resignation. "I will. Thank you." With that, I hurried back to my car, my footsteps echoing loudly in the quiet of the rest stop. As I fumbled with the keys, I couldn't shake the lingering unease that clung to me like a shadow. As I pulled out of the rest stop, I glanced back one last time. The man stood by his car, watching me leave with an expression I couldn't quite decipher: regret, relief, or something else entirely. The rest of the drive passed in tense silence, the encounter at the rest stop replaying in my mind like a haunting refrain. What had prompted his sudden interest in my personal life? Was it mere curiosity, or something more sinister lurking beneath the surface? When I finally reached my destination, I recounted the unsettling encounter to friends and family, their concern mirroring my own. Had I narrowly escaped a dangerous situation, or was it simply a misunderstanding fueled by weary nerves and solitude? Days turned into weeks, and the memory of the rest stop encounter slowly faded into the background of my life. Yet the lesson it imparted remained, a reminder to trust my instincts, to be vigilant in unfamiliar surroundings, and to never underestimate the potential risks that can lurk beneath seemingly innocent encounters. As for the man at the rest stop, his face and the weight of his questions lingered in my memory, a reminder of the thin line between trust and caution in a world where strangers and their intentions are often as mysterious as the roads we travel. Story 39. The remote cabin nestled deep within the towering pines had been a refuge from the noise and stress of everyday life, an oasis of solitude and tranquility. Surrounded by the dense forest, its silence broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves or the distant calls of nocturnal creatures, it offered a sanctuary far removed from the chaos of civilization. I had arrived earlier that afternoon, greeted by the musty scent of aged wood and the rustic charm of the cabin's interior. A stone fireplace dominated the living area, its hearth promising warmth and comfort against the chill of the mountain nights. A small kitchenette, a cozy bedroom loft accessible by a narrow staircase, and a veranda that overlooked a tranquil lake completed the simple yet inviting accommodations. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow across the sky, I settled into the cabin's solitude. The crackling of the fire, the soft creak of floorboards beneath my feet, it all contributed to a sense of peace that had eluded me for months. Night descended like a velvet curtain, cloaking the forest in darkness. I sat by the fire, lost in the mesmerizing dance of flames, my thoughts drifting like embers carried on the wind. The hours passed in a meditative haze until weariness finally caught up with me, prompting me to retire to the warmth of the loft bedroom. I had barely drifted into a restless sleep when I was jolted awake by a sound, a distinct, rhythmic knocking that echoed through the cabin's silence. My eyes snapped open, heart pounding in my chest as I struggled to orient myself in the darkness. The clock on the bedside table blinked 3 a.m., in ominous red digits, casting an eerie glow across the room. Knock, knock, knock. The sound persisted, insistent yet distant, as if carried on a phantom breeze. I sat up in bed, listening intently, my senses on high alert. The knocking seemed to reverberate through the very walls of the cabin, each tap sending a chill down my spine. With trembling hands, I swung my legs over the edge of the bed and reached for the flashlight beside me. The wooden floorboards groaned softly underfoot as I made my way downstairs, the beam of light cutting through the enveloping darkness. The cabin seemed to hold its breath, as if anticipating the source of the unsettling disturbance. I approached the front door cautiously, the rhythmic knocking growing louder with each step. My pulse quickened, anticipation mingling with apprehension as I reached for the door handle. Should I open it? Who could possibly be knocking at this hour, miles from the nearest neighbor? Summoning every ounce of courage, I flung the door open wide, the beam of my flashlight sweeping the porch and surrounding area. But to my bewilderment and growing unease, there was no one there, no footprints in the soft earth, no trace of a visitor save for the lingering echo of the knocks that seemed to hang in the air. A chill wind stirred, ruffling my hair and sending a shiver down my spine. I stepped onto the porch, scanning the moonlit clearing beyond. The forest stood silent and watchful, its ancient trees casting long shadows that seemed to dance with each flicker of the flashlight. Returning inside, I closed and locked the door with shaking hands, the adrenaline of the moment slowly ebbing away. My mind raced with questions. Had it been an animal, a trick of the wind against the cabin's walls? Or something more inexplicable, a visitor from the realms beyond human understanding? Sleep eluded me for the remainder of the night. I sat by the dying embers of the fire, wrapped in a blanket against the chill, my thoughts consumed by the mysterious knocking. The hours passed in restless contemplation until the first rays of dawn filtered through the cabin's windows, painting the walls in shades of golden warmth. In the light of day, the events of the night seemed almost surreal, a fleeting encounter with the unknown, a whisper of mystery in the heart of the wilderness. I ventured outside to inspect the perimeter of the cabin, searching for any clue that might explain the nocturnal disturbance, but the forest yielded no answers, its secrets buried deep within the embrace of its ancient boughs. Days turned into weeks, and yet the memory of that unsettling night lingered like a ghostly presence in the corners of my mind. I found solace in the routine of daily chores, chopping firewood, fishing in the lake, and exploring the rugged trails that crisscrossed the surrounding wilderness. But always, in the back of my thoughts, was the unanswered question of what, or who, had knocked on my door in the dead of night. As the seasons changed and the cabin became my temporary home, I shared the story with a few trusted friends who visited sporadically. Their reactions ranged from skepticism to unease, each offering theories of animals, wind patterns, or even playful spirits said to haunt remote places. Yet deep down, I knew there was no rational explanation that could fully satisfy the lingering sense of unease that had settled within me. The knocking remained a mystery, a singular event that defied logic and reason, a reminder of the thin veil that separates the known from the unknown in the vast tapestry of existence. In time, I reluctantly bid farewell to the remote cabin, its walls holding secrets that would forever remain elusive. The journey back to civilization was bittersweet, the solitude of the wilderness giving way to the familiar cacophony of everyday life. Yet the memory of that fateful night continued to haunt me, a testament to the inexplicable forces that lurk beyond the edges of comprehension. And so I carried with me not just the experience of solitude and serenity, but also the unsettling reminder of the night I heard knocking on the door at 3 a.m. and found no one there, a mystery destined to remain etched in the annals of my personal journey into the unknown. Story 40. The night had been unremarkable, a typical stretch of deep sleep punctuated by the occasional rustle of wind outside my apartment window. I had settled into my routine of early nights and early mornings, finding comfort in the quiet solitude of my small, cozy apartment. But that night, something shattered the tranquility. I awoke suddenly, a sensation of being watched pulling me from slumber. My eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the dim glow of streetlights filtering through the curtains. The room was still, the only sound my own steady breaths. And then, as if materializing from the shadows themselves, I saw him, a figure standing at the foot of my bed. His presence was unnerving, his silhouette outlined against the faint light that bathed the room. Panic seized me in its icy grip as I struggled to comprehend the intruder's presence. My heart pounded in my chest as fear surged through me. Who was this man? How had he entered my apartment? Questions raced through my mind, but instinct took over. With a sharp intake of breath, I screamed, a raw, primal sound that shattered the silence of the night. The man flinched, his eyes widening in surprise. For a heartbeat, he seemed frozen in place, a deer caught in headlights. And then, with startling speed, he turned and bolted towards the door, disappearing into the darkness of the hallway beyond. Adrenaline coursed through me as I scrambled out of bed, my feet stumbling on the carpet as I reached for the light switch. The room flooded with harsh fluorescence, casting stark shadows that danced across the walls. I stood there, trembling, my mind racing to make sense of what had just transpired. Had it been a dream? No, the chill in the air and the adrenaline still coursing through my veins told me otherwise. Someone had been in my apartment, an intruder who had violated the sanctity of my home. With trembling hands, I reached for my phone, fingers fumbling as I dialed 911. My voice shook as I recounted the events to the dispatcher, their calm reassurance as a lifeline in the midst of my rising panic. They promised that officers were on their way, urging me to stay on the line until help arrived. Minutes stretched into eternity as I stood there, listening intently for any sign of movement outside my door. Every creak of the building, every distant sound sent a jolt of fear through me, a reminder of the vulnerability that had been laid bare in the dead of night. When the police arrived, their presence was a welcome relief. They swept through my apartment with practiced efficiency, checking every room and corner for signs of the intruder. I watched from the doorway, my nerves on edge as they combed through the space that had once felt so safe and familiar. "There's no one here now," one of the officers said, his voice a steady anchor in the storm of emotion swirling inside me. "It looks like he's gone." Gone, but not forgotten. The realization settled heavily in my chest, a lingering fear that the intruder could return, that the sense of security I had once taken for granted was now fractured beyond repair. As the officers took my statement and gathered evidence, I struggled to piece together what had led to this terrifying intrusion. Had I left a door unlocked? Had someone been watching me, waiting for the perfect moment to strike? The answers remained elusive, lost in the haze of fear and uncertainty that hung in the air. All I knew was that my apartment, once a sanctuary from the outside world, now felt like a battleground, a place where fear and vulnerability lurked in the shadows. In the days that followed, I wrestled with insomnia, haunted by the memory of that night. Every creak of the building, every flicker of movement outside my window, sent a surge of adrenaline through me, a relentless reminder of the trauma I had endured. I installed new locks, reinforced windows, and invested in a security system, a fortress of precautions aimed at restoring a semblance of safety to my home. But the fear lingered, a specter that haunted my every waking moment. Friends and family offered support, their concern a balm to my frayed nerves. They urged me to seek counseling, to confront the trauma head-on rather than allowing it to consume me. And slowly, tentatively, I began to rebuild, a process marked by small victories and setbacks, each step forward a testament to resilience in the face of adversity. But the memory of that strange man standing at the foot of my bed, the intruder who had violated my sense of security, remained etched in my mind. It was a reminder that safety was not guaranteed, that darkness could intrude even in the most unexpected of places. As time passed, the fear diminished, replaced by a cautious vigilance, a newfound awareness of the fragility of peace. I learned to trust again, to find solace in the routines of daily life, but the scars of that night would always be with me, a reminder of the night my home was invaded, and the resilience that emerged in its wake. Story 41. The road stretched out before me like an endless ribbon of asphalt, disappearing into the horizon under the blazing midday sun. It was a solo road trip, a chance to clear my mind and explore new landscapes, each mile bringing a sense of freedom and adventure. Little did I know, however, that a seemingly innocent stop at a roadside diner would turn my journey into a tense and frightening experience. I had been driving for hours, the monotony of the open road occasionally broken by small towns and scenic viewpoints. As the sun began its slow descent, casting a warm golden glow over the landscape, I spotted a weathered sign by the side of the road diner ahead, next exit. Hungry and in need of a break, I took the exit, following a narrow road that led to a small, unassuming diner nestled between a gas station and a row of pine trees. The parking lot was half full, mostly with trucks and a few scattered cars, giving the diner a cozy, welcoming atmosphere despite its isolated location. I parked my car and stepped inside, the smell of coffee and sizzling bacon hitting me immediately. The diner was dimly lit, with vinyl booths lining the walls and a row of stools at the counter. A few patrons sat scattered around, their voices low and murmuring in conversation. I chose a booth near the window and settled in, glancing around as I waited for the waitress to bring a menu. The atmosphere was quaint and nostalgic, reminiscent of diners from old movies, a place frozen in time, untouched by the hustle and bustle of modern life. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with a warm smile, soon approached and handed me a laminated menu. I ordered a burger and fries, along with a cup of coffee to chase away the weariness that had settled into my bones after hours of driving. As I waited for my food, I idly flipped through the local newspaper left on the table. The headlines were typical: a small town scandal, a local festival announcement, but one article caught my eye. It detailed a recent string of robberies in the area, the suspects still at large. I glanced up briefly, noting the subdued chatter among the other diners, wondering if any of them were aware of the crimes happening so close to home. When my food arrived, I dug in eagerly, enjoying the simple pleasure of a well-cooked meal after hours on the road. As I reached for the ketchup bottle, my fingers brushed against something tucked under the edge of my plate, a folded slip of paper. Curious, I pulled it out and unfolded it, revealing a few hastily scrawled words. "Don't look back." The message sent a shiver down my spine, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling with unease. Who had left this note, and why? Was it a prank, or something more sinister? Glancing around, I tried to gauge if anyone was watching me, but the diner seemed unchanged, customers chatting, plates clinking, the waitress refilling coffee cups. I slipped the note into my pocket, unsure of what to make of it, but unwilling to dismiss it entirely. After finishing my meal, I paid at the register and headed back to my car, the note burning a hole in my pocket. The sun had dipped below the horizon now, casting long shadows across the parking lot. The air felt heavy with anticipation, a strange tension lingering in the stillness of the evening. As I started the engine and pulled back onto the highway, the note weighed on my mind like a dark cloud. "Don't look back." The words echoed in my thoughts, their meaning elusive and unsettling. Was someone following me? Had I stumbled into something I shouldn't have? Miles passed in silence, the hum of the engine and the rhythmic thud of tires on pavement the only sounds in the car. Every passing mile marker seemed to amplify my unease, the darkness outside pressing in against the thin barrier of my headlights. I glanced at the rearview mirror more frequently now, half expecting to see another car trailing behind me. Each time my heart skipped a beat, relieved to find nothing but the empty road stretching out behind me. But the feeling of being watched persisted, a prickling sensation at the back of my neck that refused to fade. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white as I tried to shake off the growing sense of dread. Hours passed, and exhaustion began to set in, a heavy weight on my eyelids, threatening to pull me into sleep. I fought against it, willing myself to stay alert and focused on the road ahead. The note had cast a shadow over what had started as a carefree journey, turning it into a nerve-wracking ordeal. Eventually, I reached the outskirts of a small town, its twinkling lights a welcome sight after hours of darkness and solitude. I pulled into a well-lit gas station, grateful for the chance to stretch my legs and clear my head. As I filled up the tank, I took out the note again and studied it under the harsh glare of the gas station lights. Don't look back. The message seemed more ominous now, its meaning still unclear but tinged with a sense of urgency. I debated calling the police, but what would I tell them? A mysterious note in a diner. It sounded absurd, even to my own ears. Instead, I tucked the note back into my pocket and resolved to be more cautious for the remainder of my journey. The rest of the drive passed without incident, though I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that every passing car held a potential threat. When I finally arrived home, exhausted and on edge, I locked the doors and windows securely, the note a constant reminder of the night's unsettling events. Days turned into weeks, and life gradually returned to normal, a routine of work, errands, and mundane tasks. But the memory of the note, and the fear it had stirred within me, lingered long after the ink had faded. To this day, I still don't know who left that note or why. The road trip that had begun with excitement and anticipation had ended with a sense of unease and uncertainty, a reminder that sometimes even the simplest of journeys can take unexpected and chilling turns. Story 42. Working the graveyard shift at a convenience store was never glamorous, but it paid the bills. Nestled on the outskirts of a small town, the store served as a beacon of light in the darkness for late-night travelers and locals alike. Most nights were uneventful, with only the occasional customer stopping by for snacks or fuel. I had been working at the store for several months, adjusting to the rhythm of the night shift, quiet hours punctuated by bursts of activity when weary travelers sought refuge from the empty roads. But one night everything changed. It started like any other shift. I arrived at the store just before midnight, greeted by the dim glow of fluorescent lights and the faint hum of refrigerators. I checked the inventory, restocked shelves, and settled behind the counter, preparing for another long night ahead. Hours passed slowly. The minutes seemed to drag on endlessly as I watched the clock tick towards dawn. I occupied myself with tidying up the shelves and browsing my phone, trying to stay awake and alert. The store was quiet, eerily so, with only the occasional car passing by on the nearby highway. Around 3 a.m., a figure appeared on the monitor displaying the security footage. It was a man, dressed in dark clothing with a hood pulled low over his face. He moved with an unsettling grace, gliding down the aisles as if he were browsing, though there were no other customers in sight. I frowned, squinting at the screen. How had he entered without me noticing? I had been behind the counter the whole time, and the entrance was directly in my line of sight. Yet there he was, moving through the store as if he owned it. Unease settled in the pit of my stomach. I reached for the phone, ready to call the police, but something stopped me. The man didn't appear to be doing anything wrong, just wandering aimlessly through the aisles, occasionally pausing to glance at a product before moving on. I kept a close eye on him, my heart pounding with a mix of curiosity and fear. Who was he, and why was he here in the middle of the night? Had he come to rob the store, or was there some other motive behind his presence? Minutes stretched into hours as I watched him on the security monitor. He seemed oblivious to the passage of time, his movements fluid and unhurried. I debated whether to confront him, to ask him what he was doing, or to call the police and report a suspicious person on the premises. But before I could make a decision, something inexplicable happened. The man reached the end of an aisle, turned a corner, and vanished from the screen. One moment he was there, the next he was gone, without a trace, without a sound. I blinked, convinced I had imagined it. I rewound the footage, watching it again and again, but each time, the result was the same. The man appeared, walked through the store, and then disappeared into thin air. My mind raced with questions. Had he found a hidden exit? Was there some trick of the camera that I didn't understand? Or had I witnessed something truly inexplicable, a visitor from another realm, passing through our world for reasons unknown? The rest of the night passed in a blur of confusion and paranoia. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of the lights made me jump, my nerves on edge from the bizarre encounter. I considered calling my manager, but what could I say? That a man had materialized in the store and then vanished. As dawn approached, I finally summoned the courage to step outside and inspect the store. There were no signs of forced entry, no hidden doors or secret passages, just the same familiar aisles and shelves I had grown accustomed to. I called the police, hesitantly recounting the strange events of the night. They arrived shortly thereafter, reviewing the security footage and questioning me about what I had seen. They searched the store thoroughly, finding nothing out of the ordinary except for my shaken demeanor and the inexplicable disappearance captured on camera. They assured me they would investigate further, though I could tell they were skeptical. How could they not be? I could hardly believe it myself, and I had witnessed it firsthand. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the memory of the phantom customer. Had he been a ghost, a trick of the light, or something else entirely? I found myself checking the security footage obsessively, half expecting to see him reappear as mysteriously as he had vanished. But he never did. The store returned to its usual routine and life went on as before. Yet, I knew deep down that I had witnessed something beyond explanation that night, a glimpse into a world where the boundaries between reality and the unknown blurred, leaving me with more questions than answers. To this day, I remain haunted by the memory of the phantom customer, a reminder of the mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows of the night, and the inexplicable events that can unfold when you least expect them. Story 43. Exploring abandoned buildings had become somewhat of a thrill-seeking pastime for my friends and me. It was the summer after our graduation, and with college looming on the horizon, we were determined to make the most of our freedom. We'd heard rumors about an old factory on the outskirts of town, an eerie, decaying structure that had been left to the elements for decades. Naturally, we couldn't resist the temptation to explore it. The day we set out was overcast, the sky heavy with clouds that threatened rain. Armed with flashlights, backpacks, and a mix of excitement and nervous energy, we made our way through the overgrown path that led to the factory. Tall grasses whispered in the wind, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and rust. As we approached the looming silhouette of the factory, its broken windows and crumbling brick walls seemed to stare down at us like the remnants of a forgotten giant. We hesitated for a moment at the entrance, our hearts pounding with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Then, with a shared glance and a collective breath, we stepped inside. The interior was a maze of dark corridors and crumbling staircases, illuminated only by the beams of our flashlights. Dust motes danced in the air, stirred up by our footsteps, as we navigated through debris and fallen beams. Graffiti covered the walls, colorful bursts of defiance against the drab backdrop of decay. It didn't take long for us to realize that we weren't the only ones who had sought refuge within these walls. In one corner, we found a makeshift bed, a nest of old blankets and discarded clothes that spoke of someone's transient existence. A small fire pit nearby suggested recent use, its charred remnants still emitting a faint scent of smoke. "Someone's been living here," Jake whispered, his voice barely above a breath. The realization sent a chill down my spine, turning the thrill of exploration into something far more unsettling. We exchanged nervous glances but pressed on, our curiosity overriding our unease. We climbed higher, exploring each floor with cautious steps and whispered conversations. The factory seemed to hold its breath around us, its silence broken only by the occasional creak and groan of shifting timbers. It was on the top floor, amidst the skeletal remains of machinery and broken windows that overlooked the city skyline, that we heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing through the empty corridors. We froze, our flashlights sweeping wildly around us as we searched for the source of the noise. "Did you hear that?" Sarah's voice trembled slightly, her eyes wide with fear. "Yeah," I replied, my heart hammering in my chest. "We need to go." We hurried back the way we came, our footsteps echoing loudly in the stillness. The air felt heavier now, charged with an energy that seemed to press in on us from all sides. As we reached the ground floor and made our way towards the exit, the footsteps followed, growing closer with each passing moment. Panic set in as we burst through the factory doors and stumbled into the fading daylight. We ran, our hearts racing and our breath coming in ragged gasps as we sprinted through the overgrown path. The distant sound of footsteps pursued us, their rhythm relentless and unyielding. It wasn't until we reached the safety of Jake's car, parked on the edge of the road, that we allowed ourselves to stop and catch our breath. We huddled together, adrenaline coursing through our veins as we tried to make sense of what had just happened. "Who do you think it was?" Emily's voice trembled as she spoke. "I don't know," I replied, my mind racing with possibilities. "But we're never going back there again." The weeks that followed were filled with uneasy glances and whispered conversations. We couldn't shake the feeling that we had stumbled upon something we weren't meant to find, that our curiosity had led us into the path of something far more sinister than abandoned buildings and forgotten dreams. To this day, the memory of those footsteps haunts me, a reminder of the thin line between exploration and intrusion, between curiosity and danger. The abandoned factory still stands, its windows shattered and its secrets hidden within its crumbling walls. But we have learned our lesson, leaving it to the shadows and the ghosts that haunt its halls. Story 44. The city was draped in the stillness of midnight when I returned to my apartment, weary after a long day at work. As I climbed the dimly lit staircase to my floor, the air seemed charged with an unusual tension, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that set my nerves on edge. Unlocking my apartment door, I stepped inside, eager to unwind and leave the stresses of the day behind. The familiar scent of home greeted me, a mix of coffee from the morning and the faint aroma of jasmine candles. I kicked off my shoes and tossed my keys onto the small table by the door, my mind already drifting toward a hot shower and a quiet evening. But as I closed the door behind me, something caught my eye, a small slip of paper lying on the floor, partially hidden beneath a stray piece of mail. Frowning, I knelt to pick it up, curiosity mingling with a growing sense of unease. The paper was plain, unassuming, yet its message sent a chill down my spine. In bold, jagged letters, someone had scrawled a warning. "Leave now. You're not safe here." My heart skipped a beat as I read the words, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. Who would leave such a note, and why? My mind raced with possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. I glanced around the dimly lit apartment, searching for any sign of intrusion or danger, but everything appeared as I had left it: the cozy living room with its overstuffed couch, the cluttered kitchenette with its stack of unwashed dishes. There was no immediate threat, no indication of who had left the ominous message. Fear gripped me, cold and paralyzing. Should I call the police? Alert the building management? My thoughts spun in dizzying circles, each scenario ending in uncertainty and dread. After a moment's hesitation, I dialed the non-emergency police line, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. "Hello," I began, my words rushed with urgency. I found a threatening note slipped under my apartment door. It says, I relayed the message to the dispatcher, my heart pounding in my chest as I waited for a response. The dispatcher listened patiently, her tone calm and reassuring as she took down my information. We'll send an officer to check it out, she said finally. In the meantime, stay inside and keep your doors locked. I thanked her, hanging up the phone with a sense of uneasy relief. The apartment suddenly felt smaller, more confining, as if the walls themselves were closing in around me. I paced the living room, my thoughts consumed by questions and fears. Who wanted me to leave? Was I in real danger, or was this some sick prank? The note's stark message echoed in my mind, its implications impossible to ignore. Minutes stretched into hours as I waited for the police to arrive, each passing second a testament to my growing unease. Every creak of the building, every distant sound from the street below, sent a jolt of fear through me. Finally, a knock at the door shattered the oppressive silence. I jumped, heart racing as I hurried to answer it. 2 uniformed officers stood in the hallway, their expressions a mix of concern and professionalism. We received a report of a threatening note, one of them began, his voice steady and reassuring. Mind if we come in and take a look? Relief flooded through me as I stepped aside, allowing them entry into the apartment. They conducted a thorough search, checking every room and closet for signs of forced entry or suspicious activity. But like me, they found nothing out of the ordinary, no intruders, no hidden threats. Did you recognize the handwriting? The other officer asked, turning to me with a pen poised over his notepad. I shook my head, my voice barely above a whisper. No, it was unfamiliar. They exchanged a glance, their expressions grave. We'll file a report, the first officer said, handing me a card with a case number scribbled on the back. Keep your doors locked and call us if anything else happens. I thanked them numbly, closing the door behind them with a sense of surreal detachment. Alone once more, I sank onto the couch, the weight of the evening's events settling heavily on my shoulders. The note haunted me, its stark warning echoing in the corners of my mind. Who had left it, and why? What did they want from me, and how far were they willing to go to make their point? Night turned to dawn as I lay awake in bed, thoughts swirling in a chaotic whirlwind. Sleep eluded me, replaced by a restless vigilance that kept me on edge until the first light of morning filtered through the curtains. In the harsh light of day, the apartment seemed less menacing, more familiar and comforting. Yet the note's message lingered, a shadow cast over the sanctuary of home. Days passed without incident, each one marked by a heightened sense of awareness and caution. I avoided coming home late, took different routes to and from work, and checked my surroundings obsessively. But despite my vigilance, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes followed my every move. The note had left its mark, a lingering sense of unease that refused to fade. I considered moving, finding a new apartment in a different neighborhood, but the thought of uprooting my life was daunting. Besides, what guarantee did I have that the threat wouldn't follow me? Instead, I installed security cameras, fortified the locks on my doors, and kept a can of pepper spray within arm's reach. I took self-defense classes and researched personal safety tips online, determined to regain a sense of control over my life. Months passed without incident, the note becoming a distant memory in the chaos of everyday life. I tried to move on, to focus on work and hobbies, to reclaim a sense of normalcy that had been shattered by a single slip of paper. But late at night, when the city slept and the apartment lay cloaked in darkness, I couldn't help but wonder who had left that note, and why. What had they seen or known that had driven them to such drastic measures? The answers eluded me, buried in the depths of an unsolved mystery that continued to haunt my thoughts. And as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into weeks into months, I learned to live with the uncertainty, to accept that some questions may never have answers. But one thing remained clear the night I found that threatening note under my apartment door was a night that changed everything, casting a shadow over my sense of security and leaving me forever changed. Story 45. On a quiet summer night, the air was heavy with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant murmur of crickets. I had chosen to spend the evening on my porch, a habit I cherished for its tranquility and the chance to unwind after long days at work. It was a small house nestled on the outskirts of town, surrounded by fields and patches of dense forest that stretched into the darkness beyond. As I sat there, savoring the cool breeze that rustled through the trees, a sound pierced the stillness, an unmistakable cry for help. It was faint, almost imperceptible at first, but it carried a sense of urgency that sent a shiver down my spine. I strained to locate the source, my senses on high alert as I listened for any clue to its origin. The cry came again, clearer this time, echoing through the night like a plaintive plea. It seemed to come from the direction of the forest, a dense thicket of trees and underbrush that bordered my property. My heart raced as I debated what to do: ignore it as a trick of the wind, or investigate further despite the risks. Curiosity mingled with concern, driving me to my feet as I grabbed a flashlight from the table beside me. With each step towards the edge of my porch, the urgency of the cry intensified, pulling me deeper into the mystery of its origin. I hesitated for a moment, casting a wary glance back at the safety of my home before plunging into the darkness beyond. The beam of my flashlight cut through the night, illuminating the path ahead as I navigated the uneven terrain. The forest loomed around me, its branches casting eerie shadows that danced along the forest floor. I moved cautiously, wary of unseen obstacles and the possibility of stumbling upon something unexpected. The cry came again, closer now, its urgency fueling my determination to press onward. Branches snagged at my clothes, twigs snapped underfoot, and the forest seemed to close in around me with each passing step. Despite the unease that gnawed at my resolve, I pushed forward, driven by a need to uncover the truth behind the mysterious cries. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as I ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. The cry for help echoed through the trees, guiding my path like a distant beacon. I called out, my voice carrying through the stillness, hoping for a response that would lead me to whoever or whatever was in need of assistance. And then, just as I began to question my decision to venture into the unknown, I stumbled upon a clearing, a small, open space bathed in moonlight that cast a silver glow upon the scene before me. At its center lay a figure, a young woman, her clothes torn and dirt-streaked, kneeling beside a fallen tree trunk. "Are you okay?" I called out, my voice filled with concern as I approached slowly, careful not to startle her. She turned towards me, eyes wide with fear and relief as she struggled to catch her breath. "I twisted my ankle," she managed to say between gasps, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I've been calling for help, but no one heard me." I knelt beside her, offering a comforting hand as I assessed her injury. Her ankle was swollen and bruised, a clear sign of the pain she must have endured while waiting for rescue. I reassured her as best I could, promising to get help as quickly as possible. As I helped her to her feet, a sense of unease settled over me, a lingering feeling that something wasn't quite right. The forest seemed to watch us with silent curiosity, its ancient trees whispering secrets that only they could understand. I glanced around warily, half expecting to see someone or something lurking among the shadows. But there was nothing. No signs of danger, no indication that anyone else was nearby. Just the two of us, alone in the heart of the forest, bound together by a chance encounter that had brought us both to this moment. Together we made our way back through the woods, the young woman leaning heavily on my shoulder as we navigated the uneven terrain. The cries for help had ceased, replaced by a companionable silence that spoke volumes about the bond forged between strangers in times of need. As we emerged from the forest, the first light of dawn painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, casting a warm glow upon the world below. Emergency responders were waiting for us, their faces lined with relief as they tended to the young woman's injuries. I watched from a distance, grateful that I had followed my instincts and ventured into the forest that night. The mystery of the distant cries had been solved, replaced by a sense of closure and the knowledge that I had made a difference in someone's life. And as I returned to my porch, the events of that night played over in my mind, a reminder of the power of compassion and the importance of answering the call for help, no matter how faint or distant it may seem. Story 46. It was a crisp autumn evening when I found myself navigating the winding roads of a remote, wooded area. The sun had begun its descent, casting long shadows that stretched ominously across the dense foliage lining the road. As I maneuvered through the twisting curves, I marveled at the untouched beauty of the landscape, tinged with a sense of isolation that both captivated and unnerved me. The drive had been peaceful until a sudden sputter and a lurching halt jolted me from my reverie. My heart sank as I realized my car had broken down, its engine eerily silent in the fading light. Panic threatened to take hold as I sat there, alone, with no signal on my phone and no sign of civilization in sight. Forcing myself to remain calm, I popped the hood and inspected the engine, though my knowledge of cars was limited at best. With a sinking feeling, I realized this was beyond my ability to fix. Resigned, I reached for my phone, hoping against hope for even a single bar of reception. As expected, my phone displayed a frustrating no-service message. I cursed softly under my breath, feeling a knot of anxiety tighten in my chest. With nightfall approaching and the temperature dropping, I knew I had to find help soon. Just as I was contemplating my next move, movement at the edge of the woods caught my eye. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and slender, watching me with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. Instinctively, I took a step back, my pulse quickening with a mix of fear and uncertainty. The figure remained motionless for a moment, its features obscured by the dimming light filtering through the trees. I opened my mouth to call out, to ask for assistance, but hesitated. Something about the situation felt off, a lone figure appearing suddenly in the wilderness, observing me silently as if assessing the situation. "Hello," I called tentatively, my voice wavering slightly. No response. The figure continued to stare at me, its gaze unwavering, almost unnaturally still in the gathering dusk. Heart pounding, I weighed my options. Should I approach the figure and risk potential danger, or stay put and hope for help to arrive? The rational part of my mind argued for caution, urging me to stay by my car until I could assess the situation more clearly. As if sensing my hesitation, the figure took a cautious step forward, hands held slightly away from its sides in what seemed like a gesture of peace. The movement startled me, and I instinctively retreated, my mind racing with worst-case scenarios. With adrenaline coursing through my veins, I decided to take action. Keeping a wary eye on the figure, I retreated to the safety of my car and locked the doors. The sound of the lock clicking echoed loudly in the stillness, a stark reminder of my vulnerability in this remote, unfamiliar terrain. I searched the car frantically for anything that could serve as a weapon, a tire iron, a heavy flashlight, anything to defend myself if necessary. Finding nothing suitable, I gripped my phone tightly, desperately hoping for a miracle, a signal, a passing vehicle, anything to break the eerie silence that had descended around me. Minutes stretched into an agonizing eternity as I watched the figure from the relative safety of my car. It remained at the edge of the woods, unmoving yet ever watchful, like a predator assessing its prey. Suddenly, a distant rumble broke the silence, a vehicle approaching from the direction I had come. Relief washed over me like a wave as headlights pierced the darkness, illuminating the figure and revealing it to be a man, dressed in worn jeans and a weathered jacket. With a surge of courage fueled by the prospect of rescue, I waved frantically at the approaching vehicle, hoping to catch the driver's attention. The man in the woods turned abruptly and disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind an unsettling sense of unease that lingered even as the vehicle pulled up beside me. Rolling down the window, a middle-aged man with a kind face and a reassuring demeanor greeted me. "Trouble?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. Relief flooded through me as I explained my predicament, stumbling over my words in my haste to convey the urgency of the situation. The man listened patiently, nodding sympathetically as he assessed the situation. "I'll call for a tow truck," he offered, pulling out his own phone. "They'll be here soon. It's not safe to be stranded out here alone." Gratitude overwhelmed me as he made the necessary arrangements, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the fear that had gripped me moments earlier. As we waited together in the warmth of his vehicle, he shared stories of the area and reassured me that breakdowns were not uncommon in these parts. When the tow truck finally arrived, its bright lights and familiar logo were a welcome sight. The driver, a burly man with a friendly grin, wasted no time in securing my car and promising to have it towed to the nearest repair shop. As I climbed into the tow truck, leaving behind the eerie stillness of the remote area, I couldn't shake the memory of the figure in the woods. Who was he, and why had he been watching me? The unanswered questions nagged at me, a reminder of the mysteries that can unfold unexpectedly in the most isolated of places. As the tow truck rumbled down the darkening road, I glanced back one last time, half expecting to see the figure emerge from the shadows once more. But the woods remained silent and still, their secrets hidden among the towering trees and fading light. Days later, safe at home with my car repaired and the memory of the encounter fading, I couldn't help but reflect on the lessons learned from that solitary drive through the remote wilderness. Trusting in the kindness of strangers had brought me rescue and relief, yet the memory of the figure in the woods served as a stark reminder of the inherent risks that accompany solitary journeys into the unknown. Story 47. Babysitting had become a regular gig for me throughout high school, an opportunity to earn extra cash while gaining some experience and responsibility. The Thompson family, with their 2 energetic children, had become one of my regular clients. Their cozy suburban home nestled on a quiet street had always been a safe haven, until one evening, when the routine of babysitting took an unexpected turn. It was a crisp autumn evening, the leaves outside tinged with shades of amber and gold. Mr. and Mrs. Thompson had left earlier that evening for a dinner party, assuring me they wouldn't be back until well past midnight. With the children tucked into bed and the house settling into silence, I settled down in the living room with a book, enjoying the rare peace and quiet. The hours passed uneventfully. I periodically checked on the children, who were sound asleep in their rooms, before returning to my book. The ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece provided a steady rhythm to the night, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of pages as I turned them. Around 10:30 p.m., as I was engrossed in a particularly suspenseful chapter, I heard it, a faint click followed by the sound of someone trying the front door handle. My heart skipped a beat, a cold shiver running down my spine. Mr. and Mrs. Thompson weren't due back until after midnight, and they hadn't mentioned anyone else coming by. I froze, listening intently as the sound of the door handle being jiggled repeated itself, more insistent this time. Panic surged within me. Who could it be? Was it a mistake, someone arriving at the wrong house? Or something more sinister, someone trying to gain unauthorized entry? Setting the book aside, I tiptoed to the window overlooking the front porch, my breath catching in my throat. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting eerie shadows on the floor. Outside, the porch light bathed the area in a dim glow, revealing nothing out of the ordinary, just the neatly manicured lawn and the quiet suburban street beyond. With cautious steps, I approached the front door, heart pounding in my ears. I hesitated, hand hovering over the lock. Should I look through the peephole? Would I see a familiar face, reassuring me that all was well? Or would I be confronted with a stranger, their intentions unknown? Summoning every ounce of courage, I leaned forward and peered through the peephole. My breath caught in my throat as I saw nothing. The porch lay empty, bathed in the soft glow of the porch light. No shadowy figure lurked on the threshold, no sign of anyone who could have been trying the door. Confusion and fear gnawed at me. Had I imagined it? Was it a trick of the wind, or perhaps a noise from the house settling? Yet the clarity of the sound, the distinct click of the door handle being tested, refused to be dismissed as mere imagination. Taking a deep breath, I unlocked the door and cautiously opened it a crack, peering into the night. The cool evening air brushed against my cheeks, carrying the scent of autumn leaves and distant traffic. But there was no one there, no intruder, no unexpected visitor, only the quiet suburban serenity I had come to know. Closing the door with trembling hands, I leaned against it, the weight of uncertainty pressing down on me. What should I do? Should I call the police, or would that be an overreaction? I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, that the sound of the door handle being tried had been real, not imagined. With resolve hardening within me, I picked up my phone and dialed Mr. Thompson's number. The phone rang once, twice, before he answered, his voice muffled with background noise from the party. Hello. Mr. Thompson, it's me, I said, trying to keep my voice steady despite the knot of fear in my stomach. I think someone just tried the front door handle. There was a pause on the other end, followed by a hasty excuse to the person he had been talking to. Are you sure? Mr. Thompson's voice sounded concerned now, cutting through the distant chatter. Yes, I replied, my voice trembling slightly. I heard it distinctly. Someone was trying to get in. Mr. Thompson's tone grew serious. Lock all the doors and windows and stay inside. I'll be there as soon as I can. Don't open the door for anyone until I get there, okay? I nodded, though he couldn't see it. Okay, please hurry. Hanging up, I followed his instructions, securing every entrance to the house with shaking hands. The minutes stretched into eternity as I waited, tension coiled like a spring in my chest. Every creak of the house settling, every rustle of leaves outside made me jump. Finally, the headlights of Mr. Thompson's car cut through the darkness, bathing the front of the house in a comforting glow. I rushed to the door and let him in, relief flooding through me at the sight of a familiar face. He wasted no time in checking every corner of the house, his expression grave as he searched for signs of intrusion. Finding none, he turned to me, concern etched on his features. I'm sorry you had to go through this, he said, his voice filled with genuine empathy. We'll stay with you until the police arrive. You did the right thing by calling me. As we waited for the authorities to arrive and investigate, I recounted the events of the evening, each detail weighed with a mixture of fear and relief. The unknown visitor who had tested the door handle remained a mystery, his intentions left to speculation. The police arrived shortly thereafter, conducting a thorough search of the property and taking a statement from me. Despite their efforts, no evidence of a break-in or attempted intrusion was found, a baffling conclusion to an unsettling night. In the days that followed, Mr. and Mrs. Thompson installed a security system at their home, their concern for my safety evident in every precaution they took. They expressed their gratitude for my quick thinking and composure during the incident, though the memory of that night lingered like a shadow in the corners of my mind. Babysitting for the Thompsons became less frequent after that, my sense of security shaken by the inexplicable event. Yet with time, the fear began to fade, replaced by a cautious vigilance and a newfound appreciation for the importance of personal safety. The sound of someone trying the front door handle that night remained a chilling reminder of the vulnerability that accompanies responsibility, of the thin line between security and uncertainty in the quiet sanctity of home. Story 48. The roadside motel seemed like a haven after a long day of driving through endless stretches of highway. Nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by nothing but darkness, its neon sign flickered invitingly against the night sky, promising a place to rest and recharge before continuing my journey. I checked in wearily, greeted by the tired smile of the receptionist who handed me a worn key with a numbered tag attached. The room was modest but clean, a single bed, a small desk, and a window that overlooked the empty parking lot below. Exhaustion weighed heavily on me as I locked the door behind me and collapsed onto the bed, welcoming the embrace of sleep. Hours later, I awoke with a start, disoriented and blinking against the darkness. The room was silent, the only sound the faint hum of the air conditioner. For a moment I lay there, trying to shake off the remnants of sleep that clung to my mind. And then I noticed it, the absence of weight in my pocket where the key had been. Panic surged through me as I sat up, frantically searching the nightstand and the floor around the bed. But the key was nowhere to be found. Heart pounding, I stumbled to my feet and approached the door. My hand shook as I reached for the handle, dread coiling in the pit of my stomach. What if someone had taken the key? What if they were trying to get into my room? As if in response to my thoughts, I heard a faint click, a sound so soft that I almost missed it. It came from the direction of the door, where the lock mechanism seemed to rattle slightly, as if someone were testing it from the other side. Adrenaline surged through me, banishing the last vestiges of sleep. With trembling hands, I backed away from the door, my mind racing with fear and uncertainty. Who could be trying to enter my room? Was it a mistake, a fellow traveler who had mistakenly been given the same room? But deep down, I knew better. The chill that swept through me was not born of confusion but of instinct, a primal understanding that something was very wrong. I reached for my phone, fingers fumbling as I dialed the front desk. The receptionist answered on the second ring, her voice calm but tinged with concern as I explained the situation in hurried, panicked words. "I'll call security immediately," she assured me, her voice a lifeline in the darkness. "Stay inside your room and keep the door locked. Help is on the way." I thanked her, my voice trembling with relief and fear. Hanging up, I retreated further into the room, my eyes fixed on the door, as if expecting it to burst open at any moment. Minutes stretched into eternity as I waited, each second punctuated by the pounding of my heart and the deafening silence of the empty motel. The air seemed to grow heavier, thick with the weight of uncertainty and fear. And then finally I heard it, the distant sound of footsteps echoing down the corridor. Relief washed over me as I realized that help had arrived. I rushed to the door, peering through the peephole as security personnel approached, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. "Sir, are you okay?" a voice called out, muffled through the thick wood of the door. "Yes," I replied, my voice hoarse with emotion. "Someone tried to unlock my door." The security team moved swiftly, checking the lock and scanning the area for any signs of the intruder. Their presence was a reassurance, a reminder that I was not alone in facing the threat that had invaded my sanctuary. Minutes passed as they conducted their search, their movements methodical and thorough. The tension in the air was palpable, the fear still lingering like a shadow in the corners of the room. "There's no one here now," one of the security guards announced, his voice a mixture of relief and caution. "We'll keep an eye on the area. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to call." I thanked them profusely as they departed, locking the door securely behind them. Alone once more, I sank onto the bed, exhaustion and adrenaline warring within me. The night had been a blur of fear and uncertainty, a reminder of the vulnerability that came with traveling alone in unfamiliar places. In the days that followed, I found myself replaying the events of that night over and over in my mind. The roadside motel, once a temporary refuge, now held memories tainted by fear, a reminder of the night someone had tried to breach the safety of my room. I learned to be more vigilant, to trust my instincts, and take precautions when traveling alone. The incident had shaken me to the core, but it had also taught me resilience, a determination to reclaim my sense of security, even in the face of uncertainty. And as I drove away from the motel, leaving behind the darkness and fear that had lingered within its walls, I carried with me a newfound appreciation for safety and the peace of mind that comes with it. The road ahead stretched endlessly before me, but with each passing mile I found Story 49. It was late, and the streets were nearly deserted as I walked home from a friend's party. The city had a quiet, almost eerie feel to it, the usual hustle and bustle replaced by a stillness broken only by the occasional passing car. The party had been lively, filled with laughter and music, but now all I wanted was to reach the comfort of my own apartment. As I turned onto a dimly lit street lined with old brick buildings, I became aware of footsteps behind me. At first I dismissed it as my imagination playing tricks on me, a side effect, perhaps, of the late hour and the shadows cast by the streetlights. But as the footsteps grew closer, I glanced over my shoulder and saw them, a group of 3 men, walking briskly in my direction. They were young, dressed in hooded sweatshirts and jeans, their faces partially obscured by the darkness. I quickened my pace, heart pounding in my chest, hoping they were simply heading in the same direction and not paying me any attention. But then I heard one of them call out, a crude remark that made my stomach tighten with unease. "Hey, sweetheart, where you off to in such a hurry?" I ignored them, focusing on putting distance between us. Fear prickled at the back of my neck, the hair standing on end as I tried to remain calm and composed. The street seemed longer than usual, the buildings looming overhead like silent sentinels as I walked faster, the sound of their footsteps growing louder behind me. They started to laugh, a low, menacing sound that sent a chill down my spine. I glanced around, searching for a way to escape, but the street was deserted, the shops closed and the windows dark. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to keep moving, my mind racing with thoughts of what might happen if they caught up to me. Another remark, louder this time, echoed off the walls of the narrow street. "Come on, baby, don't be like that. We just want to talk." I knew better than to engage with them, to respond or look back. Instead, I focused on my breathing, trying to steady the frantic beat of my heart. The familiar landmarks of my neighborhood were still a few blocks away, each step feeling like an eternity as I prayed for safety and a way out of this terrifying situation. The men continued to follow, their voices growing bolder with each passing moment. "You're making this hard on yourself, sweetheart. Just come over here and talk to us." I refused to acknowledge their words, my fear fueling a surge of adrenaline that pushed me to move faster. But they matched my pace effortlessly, their presence a looming threat that seemed to close in around me. Just when I thought I couldn't go any further, a ray of hope, a flicker of light, appeared ahead. It was a 24-hour convenience store, its bright neon sign a beacon in the darkness. Without looking back, I made a split-second decision and dashed towards it, my footsteps echoing against the pavement. The men shouted after me, their voices angry and frustrated, but I didn't stop until I reached the safety of the store's entrance. I pushed through the door, heart still racing, and stumbled to the counter where a startled cashier looked up from his magazine. "Are you okay?" he asked, concern etched on his face as he took in my panicked state. I nodded, struggling to catch my breath, the adrenaline slowly ebbing away to be replaced by a bone-deep weariness. "I think I was being followed," I managed to say, my voice trembling slightly. The cashier's expression hardened, and he glanced towards the door where the men were now gathered, glaring at us from the sidewalk. "Do you want me to call the police?" he asked quietly, his hand hovering over the phone. I hesitated, torn between wanting to put this nightmare behind me and fearing the repercussions of involving the authorities. But then one of the men banged on the glass door, yelling obscenities, and any lingering doubts evaporated. "Yes," I said firmly, meeting the cashier's gaze with determination. "Please call the police." He nodded and picked up the phone, dialing quickly as I retreated to a corner of the store, trying to make myself as inconspicuous as possible. The minutes stretched on, each second feeling like an eternity as we waited for help to arrive. When the police finally arrived, the men had dispersed, leaving behind only the echoes of their menacing presence. I gave a statement to the officers, my hands still shaking as I recounted what had happened. They assured me they would patrol the area and offered to escort me home safely. As I finally made my way back to my apartment, flanked by 2 uniformed officers, a sense of relief washed over me. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of the shadows closing in around me, but knowing I was safe for now was enough. That night, I locked every door and window, the events of the evening replaying in my mind like a dark, unwelcome movie. The city outside was quiet once more, the silence broken only by the distant wail of sirens, as the police continued their patrol. I couldn't help but wonder what might have happened if I hadn't found refuge in that convenience store, if I had continued walking, if they had caught up to me. But I pushed those thoughts aside, focusing instead on the gratitude of being home, of being safe, and vowing never to walk alone at night again without taking precautions. The encounter had shaken me to my core, a stark reminder of the dangers that lurked in the darkness and the importance of trusting my instincts. As I finally settled into bed, exhaustion pulling at my eyelids, I silently thanked whatever forces had guided me to safety that night and promised myself that I would never forget the lesson it had taught me. Story 50. Camping alone had always been my way of reconnecting with nature, a ritual that allowed me to escape the noise of daily life and immerse myself in the tranquility of the wilderness. This particular trip had brought me deep into the heart of a remote forest, far from civilization, where the only sounds were the whispering of leaves and the occasional call of nocturnal animals. I had set up my tent in a secluded clearing, surrounded by towering trees that stretched towards the starlit sky. The air was crisp with the scent of pine, and a small fire crackled nearby, its warmth comforting against the cool night air. As darkness fell, I settled into my sleeping bag, lulled by the symphony of nature outside. It was well past midnight when I was roused from my slumber by a faint rustling sound. I lay still, straining my ears to listen. The noise was soft, almost imperceptible, a gentle crunch of leaves underfoot, followed by a muffled shuffle. Heart racing. I reached for the flashlight beside me, my fingers closing around its familiar shape. With cautious movements, I unzipped the tent flap and peered outside, casting the beam of light into the darkness. The beam cut through the night, illuminating the trees and underbrush with an eerie glow. For a moment, all was still, a frozen tableau of shadows and silence. Then, movement caught my eye, a fleeting glimpse of something darting between the trees, too quick to discern. My breath caught in my throat as I scanned the forest, heart pounding with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Had I imagined it, or was there truly something out there watching me from the darkness? I hesitated, torn between the instinct to retreat into the safety of my tent and the urge to investigate further. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting with bated silence. With a deep breath, I stepped outside, my flashlight sweeping the perimeter of the campsite. The night was still, the only sound the faint rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. I moved cautiously, my senses on high alert, searching for any sign of movement or disturbance. But aside from the whispering of the wind through the trees, there was nothing, no footprints, no trace of whoever or whatever had caused the disturbance. Shaken but determined, I returned to my tent, securing the flap behind me. The hours passed slowly as I lay awake, listening for any further signs of intrusion. But the night remained quiet, the mysterious visitor seeming to have vanished as quickly as they had appeared. As dawn broke over the horizon, I emerged from the tent, the first rays of sunlight casting a golden glow over the forest. I stretched stiff muscles, then set about making breakfast, trying to shake off the unease that lingered from the night before. But as I gathered my belongings and prepared to break camp, something caught my eye, a set of fresh footprints circling the perimeter of the clearing. They were large and distinctly human, imprinted deeply into the soft earth. My heart skipped a beat as I knelt beside them, tracing their path around the campsite. Who had been here in the dead of night, watching me from the shadows? The footprints told a silent story, one of silent observation and mysterious intent. I followed them carefully, noting where they had approached the tent and where they had retreated into the forest, disappearing into the undergrowth. Fear mingled with fascination as I considered the implications. Had I been visited by a curious hiker, a lost soul seeking shelter in the wilderness, or something more sinister? The unanswered questions swirled in my mind, feeding my unease even as the morning sun bathed the clearing in warmth. I packed up quickly, eager to leave the scene of the nocturnal encounter behind me. The forest seemed different now, its tranquil beauty overshadowed by the lingering sense of intrusion. I glanced back once, the memory of the mysterious visitor etched into my mind like a haunting refrain. The hike back to civilization was uneventful, the forest gradually receding behind me as I followed the winding trail. Yet the experience stayed with me long after I returned home, a reminder of the mysteries that lurk in the quiet corners of the world, waiting to be discovered. I never did uncover the identity of the nocturnal visitor, nor did I return to that particular campsite. But the memory of that night, the rustling of leaves, the fleeting glimpse of movement, and the enigmatic footprints, remains with me, a testament to the unknown forces that shape our journeys through life. And as I sit now, recalling that eerie night under the stars, I wonder what other secrets the wilderness holds, waiting to be revealed to those brave enough to seek them out. For in the heart of every forest lies a story, waiting to be told, a story of echoes in the night, of footprints in the earth, and of the mysteries that bind us to the natural world.